Hello, everybody. If it's Wednesday, it's Warhammer, and that must mean it's time for another episode of Warhammer Weekly. Joining me, as always, is my co-host Tyler. How you doing, Tyler? What's up?
That sounded a little weird to me. Did it sound a little weird to you, Tom? I mean, we
A
have the
little bit.
OG here. A little bit.
Tyler is the
Maybe a little.
official co-host this week. Tom is the guest. It is written
Okay.
in the
Okay.
thing. That is the official weekly schedule. Tom got a week off last week because he wasn't at Nova like a loser. That's okay. I had Adam and John stand in, so it was a great time had by all. Tom has a horrible, horrible headache tonight, so everybody send Tom some positive vibes. He's soldiering on, but it's like he's got a migraine situation. So Tom, we feel bad
I
for you,
do.
and I'll try not to yell in your ear.
I'm here, and I'll provide commentary to the degree I'm able.
Yes. So if Tom seems a bit off or down or anything like that, please don't beat him up. Tom also can't take headache medicine, so when these happen, he just suffers. I want everybody to understand. Yeah. So he just had like it's horrible. I've known Tom for a long, long time, and this is always a thing he has to suffer through.
Like
So
the room is dark, and I smell like peppermint oil. Like that's what's happening. I'm using magical oil right now because nothing else works.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, the peppermint oil does work. It's a real thing. It's just not like a very powerful thing, but it does work.
Indeed.
So you're not like using healing crystals. I mean, like there it is a thing. Um, at any rate, tonight we're going to talk about Cities of Sigmar, of course. But first up, a very brief news section. All right, what do we got, Tyler?
yep. Rumor engine. It looks like we got a skeleton. We've got some kind of spear.
Yep.
Any guesses, Vincent, on what this is?
Nope, none. The spear looks very stonish or something like that. It doesn't look super metallic, just
Yeah.
based on the nature of what is there. That contrast is way too high for like silver on metal, unless that's a very, very dark metal and a very, very, very bright silver. So I don't know. I have no clue. There's a little fingy down at the bottom, looks like, or something holding it under the skeleton, like by his spine.
Yeah.
I got nothing. It's one of those things that like you know exactly what the rumor engine is. It's a spear going through a skeleton.
Mhm.
You know exactly what it is. What is it for? No clue.
Yeah.
I'm going to propose basically what I did last time, which is I think that this is new Flesh Eater Quartz models.
Okay.
And I think what we're looking at is I think that our next round of ghouls are going to have weapons. And like I think it's gonna like they're gonna lean into like the man at arms Bretonian like aesthetic.
Okay.
And I think that like we're gonna get something a little bit more weapony. And I think that it's gonna be weapons often decorated with like corpses hanging off of it instead of banners and stuff like that. Like
Yeah, like in this ghoul's mind, this is like a regal banner flying behind the spear, but of course it's actually just a rotting carcass.
correct,
All
correct.
right. All right.
I think that's the direction, and that this is actually a redesign for FEC.
Okay. Good idea as any. All right. Cool. What's next?
We had a reveal show last week.
We did. Well, I already gave all my opinions on everything. Obviously, I'm super stoked. Adoy. But hey, what did you guys think? Tom, you're the guest. You can go first. What did you think about the reveals, man?
I mean, I may be painting up a troll army in the next 6 months. Like that may be happening.
Sure.
Um, I love it. I love the trajectory of where we're at. I like everything that we saw out of book two. Um, I'm a big fan of like obviously pigs have been popular. I love the new art boys models. Like that was the one piece of that line that really needed to be renovated, and we have it now. And it's so funny because I remember looking at that line. Like orcs and goblins were my first army, or one of my first two armies, right? Like I started them in High
Yeah.
Elves basically at the same time. And I remember looking at Ard Boys or Black Orcs at the time and going, man, I love these models. They're so great, right? Because like compared to the rest of the range at the time, like they were the best of the line. Um, and now Like I look at them compared to the new models, and I was like, oh, yeah, we're in a new age now.
We have gone beyond. Yes, the world is changing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Good stuff. Tyler, what about you? What did you think?
Yeah, obviously the Art Boys were the highlight of that show. Just some of the best models I've seen in quite a while for AOS. Excited for Iron Jaws to finally do some painting of my own with Iron Jaws. That'll be a new experience. I've got some videos to guide me, apparently, somebody put online. And yeah, man, I'm here for it. So I think Iron Jaws 2024? 2024. That's the year we'll be in next year.
So, are you painting these?
I mean,
Are
apparently.
you commissioning Vince to paint them? That's the
No,
question.
Vince's time is done. It's now time for Tyler to shine. He has the video to guide him. He's got the painting chops. He's ready to go. He can do it. He's good.
Talking me up, Tom. Just
Well,
just to get out of it.
I mean, that's what he does.
Yeah.
Beware. He talks to you and suddenly like you have like 192 different paint colors and a bunch of just a cup of brushes that are old and red. Yeah, it's just that's what happens, man. Just be careful.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Your Wednesdays disappear.
Yeah.
Or you suddenly find you have new jobs that you didn't realize you were going to have. Yeah, in editing or development. Yeah, it's a real slippery slope.
Just get
Become
stuck
part of the
right
family.
in.
Speaking of which, Tyler, I need to talk to you after the show, just real quick.
Sure. But no, we got a lot to go through, obviously, tonight. I really liked that review show. They touched on a lot of different things. Underworlds and the Gorgers were surprised. Fulgrim was phenomenal. That Fulgrim model, beautiful.
There's going to be some Marathi conversions that are coming down the line.
Sure.
Pretty sweet.
Yep.
But, really, really good review or reveal show.
Absolutely. Okay. So yeah, I mean, overall, very excited. I can't wait. Bring it on. As soon as obviously that book comes out, we'll be doing a full review and everything like that. So let's get in amongst it.
The free Battletome supplement took me by surprise too. That was a nice surprise.
How it should be. How it should be.
Good step forward.
Absolutely. So you don't have to buy the Dawnbringers to get your new army. Correct. Like, yes, correct. Incentivize people to go buy these things. Yes, 100%. You make those rules free, people will buy them. That's absolutely right.
Weird.
Hey, what's up, Chuck? Hope you're doing well, brother. Good to see you. And yes, he said man Rathies. I believe Adam said male Rathi, I think was his joke. But all in the same space there. All right. Very good. Well, with that, why don't we very quickly move to some pick of the week. Tyler, what would you like to share with everybody?
Yes, sir. So Peter Atkinson with Plastic Crack, he had an excellent article a couple of weeks ago, Winning with Grace, How to Be a Great Opponent. So we had a show recently, Rob and company had a show along those lines. Just really enjoyed it. So interviewing a couple of folks at a recent tournament over there. I recommend that. And then what else did I pick? Oh yeah, Cool Guys Nation. So Emma, along with friends, including the Owen Jackson,
who I saw this last weekend at Nova, got my standard yearly selfie with the Owen Jackson. I forgot to tweet that out. I'm going to though.
How was the sock game?
Oh, great as always. I mean, it's fantastic. It was good to see Owen. Apparently, he's seeing someone over here in the States. So I was like, we got some chance we might draw him in, capture him here in the States, and actually, I might get to play a game of actual Warhammer against the Owen Jackson sometime, which would be a lifetime achievement. Let's be honest.
100%. So yeah, I got a chance to listen, watch a little bit of that. At tons of coverage, top-notch games. I recommend folks check that out. Cool Guys Nation. Yeah. Shout out to Emma for doing that all weekend. She did a phenomenal job. Really enjoyed. She's so knowledgeable about the game. She was great at it.
Very nice. All right, Tom, what do you want to share with everybody?
Yeah, so I would, like I was scanning my channels, right?
Yeah, sure.
And I would normally like, hey, Woe normally has wonderful content, but man, He's only been doing Magic and Baldur's Gate 3, which, brother, I'm right there with you. Like,
It feels very appropriate to your own personal journey over the past couple weeks.
No judgment. Great content. But no, what I would say is that I just want to encourage folks to check out. Coach recently did a Fire Slayers bit, and I'm you know, I'm still I still don't like my gingers.
Yeah, you shouldn't, but that's fine.
I know, yes. I know. But more importantly, in the and there's a coming Cities of Sigmar Duerden here in a week or so, and I'm excited about that as well. He's already done humans, he's already done elves, so
very nice.
So if you like what we cover in the show, go check out Coach's channel.
Nice. So for myself, Richard Gray did a wonderful video on painting the Alchemite Warforger, a model that, if it remains at its current points value, will continue to be showing up on basically every table. So you may want to know how to paint this guy. And of course, Richard always does an incredible job and painted a beautiful version of it. And so it's just always a pleasure to watch him paint and see how he achieves what he achieves. So go check that out. Links for all of that down in the description. Why do I have a feeling we are now going to have the most disappointing hobby time in the history of the show? Let's go through this. Here we go. Is everybody ready for the worst content ever? Tyler, what'd you paint over this last week? 2 weeks.
I've been busy hobbying, buddy. Just not. I mean, painting is not quite. What's that? Not sure. I recognize that currently in 2023. But I've been busy.
I'm
Tom,
sure.
what about you, man? Have you heard of anything?
Now let's go to Tom. Tom, did you paint anything in the last 3 weeks?
I watched a turn of Warhammer live. Does that count?
No. Nope. Nope.
At least I'm working on a grand.
I swung by my local. I swung by my local store and watched Clay rolling with his Skaven. Clay's our local organizer, and he does a great job. And I harassed him about not having painted models, so I think that's appropriate. And hey, I did a bunch of testing this week, so you shut your mouth.
You did do work for yes, you did do work this week. That's fine. I'll accept that. You were doing development work for something, so that's fine.
Sure, yeah. There
is a thing we can't talk about
yet. I'm doing development work for a thing we can't talk about, but we will at some point in the future on this show.
Yes, correct. And now for me to bring home the disappointment. I was at Nova all weekend since, obviously last Wednesday. I taught painting classes and painted things in those classes because I taught people how to paint those things. And I am working on something quite a lot, actually. I've spent every minute that I've been home that I had free to painting. I can't share that thing with you right now because I'm not allowed. It's a big thing that I'm painting. It's big. Definitely.
Sure. There's a big thing I'm painting too, but I just can't reveal it to the audience at this point.
Sure.
Right there with you, Tom.
So, at any rate, thus ends the most disappointing hobby time in the history of the entire show. I knew this was coming. I could see this a mile away, that you two weren't going to paint anything, and I can't talk about what I'm painting. So, just complete nothing of a segment. Wonderful. Absolute failure. Clown show. Love it.
While you've got Melnick in your neighborhood, you're gonna, because he's actually doing some hobby, get him to show up, be a guest co-host. So that way you'll be covered, and you can, because it's gotten really bad. I mean, obviously I don't have anything to do with it, but it's been pretty bad.
I've already got my game lined up on Saturday with Melnick this week, homie. So we're good. We're good.
Painting some Seraphon right now. He's getting ready for maybe a Highlander list at a certain tournament coming up. Yeah.
We're gonna have some fun. Arrested at Waffle House. I want you to know you came up in conversation this weekend because I don't remember. I think it was in a panel session and somebody was talking about, or something. We were talking about the recognizing people. You know, somebody comes up and says, "Hi, I'm Jim," and you're like, "Oh, nice to meet you, Jim." And they're like, "Oh no, we talk all the time. My name's Red Warrior 42 on, some social media thing." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, Red Warrior, sure, yeah, I know you, absolutely. Hey, what's going on, buddy?" And so the conversation turned to best names on YouTube, and Arrested at Waffle House is like my alt, like that. I want you to know you live in my head rent free. That is just in my head forever. It's the best name. Okay, so let's get onto it. Shall we, gentlemen? Shall we go to our actual primary topic today, the thing we're all excited to go to, and we want to get to it fast anyways. Cities of Sigmar 2023 book review. Hey, as we're transitioning, why not hit that like button, right? If you're excited about new cities, if you're excited about apparently nobody hobbying that in any way that they can share, whatever caught your fancy, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already. It helps other people find the show, especially when it's live and going on. Okay, boom. Summary. Let's do a quick high level here. We're gonna move through this at a good clip because there is a lot. Truly a redesign of the old book, though there's some thematic similarities. This is big change. I think mixed arms is still very viable and maybe the optimal construction in the long term, though I'm not sure that will be the case out of the gate. I have a feeling the early builds will skew heavily towards shooting. There is some pretty wild combos, pretty wombo combo type of stuff going on that'll make shooting very, very potent and some very effective shooting units. I think there's a few units in here that are quite undercosted and probably need to see some points hikes. Most of the stuff's okay, but there's some stuff that's just like straight crazy town low. If you're a fan of the humans of the Cities of Sigmar, this is a great day for you. If you're a fans of the dwarven or dark elf portions of the book, this is an okay day for you. Like, they're not bad. This isn't the vestigial sort of appendix that was Bone Splitters in the Auric War Clans book. There is action here. But it's, it's clearly not getting the love. And then finally, my last comment is play your trap cards. Everybody should know you're just going to get your trap card played on you now. That's what's going to happen. Get your trap cards ready. Okay. So let's go.
Do you want to unpack that regarding trap cards?
Orders are trap cards. Because they're secrets, as we'll talk about in a moment. So it's like, you fool, you've stumbled into my trap.
Sure, I understand, but you're like talking about trap cards, and I understand that some of us have context for that. Not everyone does.
Yeah, they'll figure it out. It'll come together. It'll come together. Don't worry. Okay, and then a few other things of note. Coalition is dead, so there's no more coalition, though there are sometimes bonuses for allies. I don't know that I care much. I don't think coalition will be a thing going forward into the future. I think coalition will be put into the ash bin of history. And I think that if we want to have other things brought in, they'll do it through, like, wholesale. They'll do it through, like, the Dawnbringers box sets that we had. So it's a complete controlled thing. And they know exactly what they're putting into what. So that's my general feeling. Coalition was often, like, yes, it was a lot of fun, and yes, I'm happy with it and used it and did fun stuff, but at the same time, it was very confusing for new people and people who made the book it does very much increase the sort of barrier of entry on the book. So I'm happy to see it gone. Like, frankly, I don't think you need it ultimately. Let me say this. If I had the choice between losing coalition and or having more mixed representation throughout the units, I'd pick that one. I'd want the elves, dwarves, and humans to be more integrated and mixed and stuff like that. Honestly, my biggest problem with this book is we just segregated the heck out of everybody here. There's just no overlap, no interplay between all these things. They are three separate forces that just happen to be in one book that all share a keyword. That's my biggest problem with the book, straight up. I hate that there's just no overlap between them. And that's what I actually would have wanted to see. All right. What about you guys? What's your high level takes? Anything I missed? Tyler, you want to start us off?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So I think this will be a solid book, one that you can definitely do well with competitively. It's possible that it will be a little overtuned, as you said, on the human side with some of the point prices currently. Get into that. I put together as a baseline, at least for myself, which I'll just quickly run through. I feel like in the past with these review shows, I would have liked to level set a little bit more at the beginning. So I'll just run through that for people who already know a fair amount about this book, just to kind of level set where I'm at with this Battletome, obviously from a competitive lens.
Sure.
Okay, so I threw together a baseline variety pack, combined arms.
Which I've got in the Prezzo. We'll review it at the end. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I felt pretty good. I mean, it's not as optimized, obviously, as it could be, because it is really leaning into the combined arms. But of a representation of what I would feel like would hit, the hobby interest and cool new models and play style and could do well enough. And I was pretty happy with how that list came out. Like, it didn't feel insanely competitive, but very solid. Overall, yeah, I mean, I think you hit on a lot of the right things here. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at a high level. I think
Okay.
it's not going to be too scary, but I haven't yet thought through like the full tilt version of what this book could be, particularly with human-centered list.
Yeah, I will admit I do have a lot of concerns over the skew stuff. I really do. But
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But once we get into it, we can talk it through. Tom, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, at a high level, I think it'll be competitive, depending on like anytime you have mixed arms, like flex list, it is like strong players will make strong lists.
Mhm.
Um, like I hate to say this, but it just feels a little bit boring.
Okay.
Because it just all the design feels safe.
Okay.
I
don't know. There's some pretty big swings in here of things I'm not happy about, but I get what you're saying. It's especially safe, honestly, in the dwarves and elves. That's where it's more safe.
Yeah.
The humans have some bigger swings.
Sure. But I'm even saying on like a macro level, like I think about the moving away from coalition forces, right?
Sure.
Like that was like a really interesting, like, that was a very interesting, like, design decision, right? That was exploring unusual design space.
Sure.
There's nothing like that. Like
Yeah.
they moved back to like the 2.0 design parameters, like beginning of 2.0. Does that make sense? That's what it felt like.
I do. I get you. I think that's fair.
And so, yeah, I mean, yes, they did push here and there. But I just I like reading Tempest Eye and being like, oh, cool. So allied units, like because of all the other ally restrictions, like allies just in general are not most of the time going to be worth taking. I don't know. I was not real. It's great. I think it'll perform fine. I think that there will be strong lists that will come out of it. But there's nothing that really caught my fancy.
Yeah, and somebody had said it in the comments. I apologize, whoever made that mention. Maybe Cygnus, I think, might have said it. But in those cities where there's an obvious overlap between like Tempest Eye with KO or Living City with Sylvaneth, why didn't we just increase the ally limit in those particular cities? Like if you're playing in a battle pack that limits allies, like what it is, you do that elsewhere in the cities, like they play with reinforcement points. We could do it the same thing here, right?
Yeah.
You could just increase the amount of points, right? that were allowed by that, and that would have been fine. I would have been totally okay with that. My issue with it was always like the separate mechanic of it that made it more complicated, and how many can you use, and like, oh, these guys can use these things, but these guys can't use these things, right? I hate that stuff when it's like, wait, who can take an artifact? Who can do this? Who gets a spell? Who gets this stuff? You know, that kind of stuff always gets janky. So, but increasing the ally limit would have been fine. That would have been using the same existing mechanic.
Yeah, like we've talked about armies needing to be Marmite, right?
Yeah, sure.
That are like dyed in wool, either love it or hate it.
Sure.
And this just ain't it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a solid like 7, right?
Yeah, it's just like a pitch down the middle, right?
Yeah.
With redesigned models.
Sure.
Which like I understand like it for those armies that we want, but it's so big too on top of that.
Sure.
I don't know, like it just feels like there are some corners that we could have explored that we didn't explore.
I gotcha. I'm excited that an entire army that I built and customized is like retired as a whole, which is fine. I wasn't gonna ever take it to a tournament again, but man, that whole thing's on the shelf. I'm really good at making armies that end up being on the shelf, so that's fine for like all time because they get just eliminated.
It could just be a KO army at this point. Like it's just KO.
Yeah, probably. It's probably just a KO army. Honestly, I think I don't have a cities army anymore. Well, that one I have 2 cities armies, so I think that one's not a cities army anymore. I think it's now a KO army. Cool, I got another army now. All right, we're back in business, boys. I don't know what my little motorcycle gang is. That's the only problem. Somebody needs to. For what? Of what? What are they allies of? I don't know. We don't have light cav anymore.
Maybe something from Stormcast. I don't know.
Sure. Clearly, we need to release more motorcycle riders in the Mortal Realms. All right, let's keep going. Let's talk about allegiance abilities.
They're long strikes.
Oh, there you go. Got them. They're long strikes. Only one of those guys is on that base, but okay, sure. All right, let's talk allegiance abilities. All right. So, if we're going to talk about allegiance abilities, we have to start with orders. Okay, this is a lot of text, but here's how this works. In the Cities of Sigmar book and box, you get this little handy-dandy game aid. It looks like this. There are 9 orders. Those are up here. There are 2 for cities generically, 3 for humans, 2 for Duerden, and 2 for elves. We'll talk about them specifically in a moment. Down here, you have all these little tokens, and each of the little symbols matches to the little thing up here. This has a little symbol here. It matches to that. And then the other side is the little cities icon. Okay? These are your trap cards because they are hidden pieces of information. So, basically, each one of your heroes at the start of the battle round, not your turn, right? That's a very important thing to note. So it happens even if the other person has priority and takes a turn. You can give 1 order to each friendly Cities of Sigmar hero, right? And you place the little token next to them. This side down, the hidden side down. Okay? Nobody can have more than 1 order assigned to them base. There are ways to break that. We'll talk about it later. And you can't assign the same order more than 3 times. Okay? And they remain secret until they're revealed. And you have to match them with the particular heroes that they go to, or use the cities ones, which are generic across the board. Okay? It's not a command. I mean, it is a command. It's just a new command. It's a secret command ability. They just wanted, they wrote a whole lot of words here that says, you have second command abilities. Everybody gets to do 1, but they're secret. That's all these are. These are just second secret command abilities. Okay?
It just feels like this could have been done differently.
Sure it could. Absolutely. These could have just been command abilities.
Like I read this. I'm just like, I want to be like, Go back. Think about what you did.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
This
This is the micromanaging that is going on with the tokens and the like.
I'm very excited to watch Cities players at the start of the round go, hold on. And then go and start placing some tokens and then move them around and then place some tokens and then move them around and then think and then pick up one and then reshuffle. I am very excited about this experience, which is undoubtedly coming. The paradox of choice of this, since you are setting the thing for the whole battle round, at the end of the battle round, they stay for the whole battle round, by the way, both turns. And then at the end of the round, they go away if you didn't use them and you set new orders. Okay. So anyways.
Setting these orders. That's what I want to know.
Do we
like,
what?
Is somebody, like, is there an errand boy that's running around between all your heroes issuing these orders?
Well, it's funny you say that because actually, yes, there is some guy who does this, but he doesn't do this. He helps with command points.
I'm aware.
Yes.
Like, my point is like, if we're going to do, like, unified vision and design, like, okay.
Yeah, I think command abilities already covered this. Electman says, I personally love the order mechanic. They're a lot like command abilities, which is a really interesting idea. I mean, they are very much exactly command abilities, except they are locked to the number of heroes you have, not a managed resource, and they're secret. That's it. Okay. So there we go. But yes, these can stack onto the same unit. He says if they were command abilities, you wouldn't be able to stack them on the same unit. Yes, correct. Which I'm not sure is a bad thing, but okay.
I mean,
it is what it is. We wrote all these. It's fine. From a design perspective, I don't love all this extra weight. From an actual engineer, like what they actually are, I don't mind them. They're fine. If you have players who master the army, everything will be fine. If you have players who are low information players, this is going to be a nightmare to play against. So there you go.
Yeah, and that's the key, is to play against it, right? Like, all the explaining that's going to have to do be done on flip.
And I can't wait for people to be like, wait, hold on. Which one did I put here?
Right.
That'll be fun, too. That'll be fun. People will forget which little tokens they placed. Constantly. So, okay. TP Grant says, I see what you and Tom are saying, Vince, but I feel like this is a bit of dreamcasting designer talk of like, but what if they did something different? I mean, yeah, sure it is. They wrote this. They didn't have to write this. They could have wrote like 10 other things, right? And I like secret hidden information. I do think secret information is actually a fun thing, right? But again, they could have just made these command abilities. They could have put them on the same resource, given them more command points. They could have made it so you can multi-issue them, just like in OBR. They could have made it so you can multi-receive them. Okay, like those are all just rules. You can break them. This is exception-based design. It's not like they would have had to do anything. They could have just used the existing mechanic. That's fine. Because guess what? Deciding to issue a command ability is also secret, because you decide to do it at the moment you do it. Then people don't have psychic access to your brain. This just requires you to like make a decision far in advance as to what you think you're going to need, right? Which is fun in like little airplane history games where you gotta like make decisions about where your plane's gonna fly and turn and shoot, and you kind of hope there's another plane there at the time that they pick the right things. I'm not sure I like it here. But like all of this there is nothing required about this. I want everybody to understand this. From a design perspective, this is completely extraneous and unnecessary. It can be good or bad, but it's extraneous.
I just want to know what they were trying to capture conceptually. Sure. Like, is it
issues being ordered and sent out, and the fact that like this is your order for the turn, and in the fog of war you can't change them. They've already been ordered.
But why do we not do that with other command abilities then?
I don't have an answer for that.
Why is it?
I can
why
answer
is it only humans? why is it only humans that have this issue? Right? Like,
I don't know.
oh, sorry, only humans in this army. There are other humans in the game that they do not suffer from that. Well, and dwarves and elves for that matter.
Yeah, I
I'll
I
just
have no answer. Go ahead, Tad.
just say one point. I'll just say one point on this. We can move on. For me, what I was getting out of this, again, I haven't given it a lick of thought about what would have been better ways to do this. I accept your guys' point that there could have been better ways to do this. I haven't thought a lick about it, so I can't comment on that. I My interpretation was that they were emphasizing this concept of the whole being greater than the sum of the parts with this
Sure.
army, which has been something that they've been hitting over and over and over and over and over again. These little humans who are trying to go up against giants and demons, and this is their means of one of their core means of expressing that. With and the secret tech, I can understand as an interesting way to do that. You're right; it's going to require people really getting a handle on it to make sure it doesn't lead to slow gameplay or whatnot. But
Sure.
yeah, it works for me personally. But like I said, I can see the critiques.
Yeah. And again, it doesn't mean it's bad. I'm just explaining it is largely extra. Devin Cortman says, I love the orders. It's such a great skill test for the players. I agree with that. And when you put in a pretty high skill test as a basic allegiance ability, you raise the barrier of entry for the army because the skill floor just came up to play this army with any level of competency. So, like, if somebody ever said to me a Cities of Sigmar, a new player army, the existence of orders alone would almost make me answer no. Good
Right.
or bad.
No, that's exactly
the
right.
reality.
We've covered nothing else, and the answer's already no.
Yep.
Like, it's in that sense, like what it felt like when I encountered it for the first time. I was like, oh, so like they are basically doing another version of OBR's points.
Yep. But so
like
yeah, I
it's
mean,
a reimagining.
we want to
It's a
have
book
the
of
more
board.
Yeah, like I get thematically what's going on. For the same reason OBR have all their command ability stuff and things like that, right? They want to give the extra layer to the highly militarized, combined arms, rigid sort of forces. Makes sense. Like, it's okay. I get what's going on here. This isn't like going over my head of like, I can't understand why you did this. I get it. Okay. It's fine. All right. So, at any rate, that's how these things work. Let's talk about what they are. All right. So, and what we think of them. So we got 2 Cities of Sigmar orders. Advance in formation. So if you give this order is revealed at the start of your movement phase. Till the end of that phase, you add 3 inches to the move characteristic of friendly Cities of Sigmar units that start a normal move within 3 inches of the hero with this order. In addition, at the end of that phase, friendly Castellite units with a fortified position ability can establish a fortified position even if they made a normal move. Which we'll talk about what fortified position and Castellite means later, but in short form, it is your shooty units, and fortified position lets them ignore negative modifiers to save, amongst occasionally some other things happening. But they normally can't access that when they move, so this lets them move and still do that.
Specifically against missile weapons, just to add.
Yeah, sorry, against missile weapons, yes, absolutely. Yeah, good. Okay, cool. That was good for OBR to let them move 3 extra inches. Seems reasonable here. Yep.
It's quite good.
So, I mean, yeah, seems good. I'm sure this one will be used quite a lot, right? I mean, it's obviously useful. It's a movement-based game. Movement is good. Fortified position is okay. I wouldn't, like, stake my whole claim on it for most of the units, but it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Countercharge. You can reveal this order at the end of the enemy charge phase. If you do so, pick one friendly Cities of Sigmar unit more than 3 inches away from all enemy units within 3 inches of the hero with this order. You can attempt a charge with that unit. In addition, if that unit makes a charge move, improve the rend characteristic of that unit's melee weapons by 1 until the end of the turn. Very strong one there. Obviously, we saw at NashCon with the Blightkrieg or whatever, that being a very potent effect. That's a little more potent than this, obviously, but still on the same type of level. Countercharging out of turn is obviously a very potent ability. And so, getting that and bonus rend, hey, pretty cool.
Which can stack with certain war scrolls, certain situations, like
Sure.
the Guild Cavaliers. I do love that they specified this at the end of the new charge phase. For my money, that is one of the challenges, problematic points with, for example, Legion of Night, the timing of Legion of Night,
Yep.
timing of Mortis Praetorians, I believe, as well, where those trigger. I know Legion of Night, this is the case, Mortis maybe as well. Those can trigger after your opponent does their first charge. You can then interrupt before they do a second charge, which can then
Right.
allow you to interrupt, say, battle tactics like Led into the Maelstrom or something like that.
Yep.
At the end of the chart, yeah, it makes stuff like this a little more palatable, I would say, for gameplay. But,
No,
yeah.
timing wise, that is the correct time. End of the charge phase is also a good time because it's like that's when a lot of other things are happening. Like there's like monstrous reactions and stuff like that. So that's all fine.
But by this, what that means is that monstrous actions would happen before the countercharge takes place.
If depending on whose turn it is.
No, you have to countercharge during the enemy turn.
Enemy charge phase. Yeah, exactly. So if it's
if
it's their
so
turn,
their monstrous actions will always take place before you
Correct.
countercharge into the monster.
Yes, because they have the priority at that moment. So they have to resolve all of their end of charge phase things, and then you resolve yours. Yes.
Yeah.
Which is cool because it means, and yes, the obvious unit for this it will be the knights because it'll push them up to like Rend 3, so quite strong. Okay, cool. Now we got 3 human orders. Return fire. I'll just sum this up by saying if you get shot, in the enemy shooting phase, you shoot back.
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't have to be the enemy shooting phase. It's technically when a friendly unit within 3 inches of the hero with this order is targeted by a shooting attack. So, like, I'm sure there is some way to organize this so you're doing it. I have to think about how that would work. Like, you set up the enemy, you set up your hero, then you charge in, they unleash hell on your unit that charged, but then you would shoot back at the after that. Yeah. Wait, does that work? No, because they have to be still 3 inches from all enemy units. So you can't do it in response to the.
It's only when the shooting unit is itself shot. So it would have to be. So you'd have to charge in with the shooting unit.
But you can't because they also have to be 3 inches from the enemy units. So
Correct.
It can't. Yeah.
Yeah,
so you can't do it in response to an unleash. You could do it though if you got shot out of phase. Like, so I'm thinking here, like, it's not phase locked, so, like, Marathi's making the bow snakes fight, shooting the hero phase. You could shoot back at them.
Right.
Yep.
That would work. There we go. Again, assuming you're satisfying the other conditions.
Yeah, very strong. So we're going to see.
So funny story. Did you guys catch what this does? Like where the hiccup is here? When you return fire, you don't have to shoot back at the unit that shot you.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that unit can just immediately shoot. Yeah, at the moment, yes, that's a good point. You just pick one that got shot, right?
Yeah. No. It says like this is triggered when the enemy unit shoots your shooting unit.
Correct.
Okay? Your response then is pick a unit that is more than 3 inches from all any blah blah blah. That unit can immediately shoot. It doesn't designate what you shoot.
I understand.
So enemy unit shoots you, now you shoot Marathi.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, actually, there's 2. You're right. I mean, I hadn't clicked into both of these. It's 2 different things here. One, the unit that shoots doesn't have to be the unit that got shot. They just both units would have to be within 3 inches of the hero that's triggering this. Correct. So like unit A is standing in front of the hero, unit B is standing behind the hero. Okay, unit A gets shot.
Yep. Yeah. Unit B can now shoot.
Unit B can now shoot. So you could do the situation I talked about with the unleash. You charge in, okay, with a unit. Here's your hero. You charge in with a unit. The shooting unit standing behind the hero. This unit gets shot by unleash hell. The unit behind then returns fire.
Yep.
Right. So that's point number 1, right? A different unit can fire. Yes, which is I think what Travis is pointing out. Yes, exactly. That's Travis. You're pointing out what I'm pointing out, right? So yes, you could use this in the Unleash Hell situation. You'd have to arrange your units very cleverly, but it's not that hard to do. And you are correct that you do not have to fire at the thing that actually did the shooting. You just get an extra shootings.
Right. They're marauders with spears. Their marauder horsemen throw spears at your gunners, and you respond by shooting Archeon.
Right.
Like, that's basically what we're talking about, right? Where they are just going to swing their guns over and lay into something.
Yep.
That has nothing to do with whatever's being shot at.
Right. Correct. Okay.
So that may not be according to intent. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Could be. Yeah. I don't know, but that is how it works. You are correct. It is neither the unit that gets shot nor are they shooting at the people that shot them in this return fire situation.
Right. Yeah.
You are but returning fire, and by returning fire, you're pulling a trigger at something.
At something. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So suppressing fire. This one is the start of your shooting phase. And you get to pick a friendly Cities of Sigmar human unit within 3 inches of the hero with this order. After that unit shoots, you roll 2d6 and you add the number of models slain to the result. So this could be a very high number depending on what you're shooting at. If you beat the bravery characteristic of that unit, it is suppressed and the strike last effect applies to it. Okay.
I think this one's cool. I like the synergistic nature of this one. You shoot a unit with some Fusiliers or whatever, and then you charge in with free Marshal on Griffin and some free gold cavalry or whatever, and to set up your hitting them before they get an opportunity to hit you. Maybe you're hitting them with multiple units to bring them down, to finish them off. So it just sets up cool combo damage plays.
Sure.
And also ties into battle tactic. So
Yeah. Somebody asked a question, which Cody, since you can give the same order to 3 different units, does that mean you can shoot back with all 3 friendly units after the enemy shoots with 1 unit? Yes.
If all of them triggered.
No,
you would have to have 3 different heroes.
Correct.
Now
you're really stacking a sort of situation, but yes.
Oh, actually, I take that back. Funny story. You need to have 1 unit to return fire and 3 heroes nearby. You don't need 3 units, right?
No, you need a targeted unit. You need a targeted unit and 3 heroes, which may or may not be. And then if you don't want to shoot with the people who got shot, a second unit, and that unit could fire all 3 times.
Correct. So that unit could then return fire 3 times.
Yeah. So like, if you see somebody that has a unit, right? And then there are 3 heroes just hanging out behind them. And then behind that are 30 Castellite Fusiliers. You probably don't shoot now. You just don't shoot anymore. You do not shoot anything in that porcupine area. That is a complete fail, right? Because you were just going to get returned fire on blasted.
Right.
You can't issue the same order to the same unit more than once per phase. Is that true? Okay.
No, you're issuing the orders to the heroes, not to the receiving unit.
No, but a friendly unit cannot be affected by the same order more than once in the same phase. There you go. Okay. That is correct.
Okay.
So yes, sorry, I forgot I missed that clause. So yes, you would need 3 shooting units. You could return fire 3 times as long as you had 3 different shooting units.
And return back to our prior statement about barrier of entry.
Sure. Yeah, I understand. It's
like
easy to get. There's a lot to trace back and forth, especially with something like return fire. I hate counter shooting mechanics because they just cause all these sorts of issues. Okay, anyways, let's keep going. Engage the foe. You can reveal this order at the start of your charge phase. Pick 1 friendly Cities of Sigmar human unit that is more than 3 inches from all enemy units that has not yet fought in this battle. Very important caveat. And is within 3 inches of the hero of this order. If that unit makes a charge move, add 1 to the attacks characteristic of that unit's melee weapons until the end of the following combat phase. So, cool.
Define fought.
Has not yet fought. Fight is a thing in the core rules. That is a thing in the core rules. Fight means to pile in an attack.
So it does not. It has nothing to do with shooting.
No.
Correct.
Correct.
What
Fight
if
is
you
a
are
thing that happens
attacked?
in the combat phase?
Not necessarily only, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. In the core rules, fighting is a thing that happens at the combat phase. Electman, no, I don't. I think it causes rules nightmares. That's my simple answer. Like, it really is. Like, on the surface, it's you read it and you're like, neat, I can shoot back. Like, here's the thing. A lot of people are just going to read this and just be like, yeah, okay, you shoot me, I shoot back. Got it. But that's not right. That's not even close to what this rule does. Like, they're not even in the general ballpark of what this rule does, actually. And, like, how they can stack it and work with it. And, like, I hate stuff like that. Where I've got to go back and trace all these different lines. Stuff like engage the foe is fine. Like, I'm good with something like this. Yeah, sure, +1 attack. Good a thing. Cool. Neat. Let's do this. Get in there. All right. Fun. Okay. Can the counter shooting turn into ping pong just back and forth? So, like, you mean if we have a cities on cities match, then yes. Like, again, with the limitation that that I forgot about and that I read earlier and then forgot about of the once per phase thing, but it could be like that situation until we're all out of shooting units. Okay. So, Duradin orders. I know we're spending a lot of time here, but it matters. This is their core allegiance ability, so this is like pretty important stuff.
Yeah, this is what they do.
Yeah, this is the thing. Okay. So 2 Duradin orders. Form a shield wall. Basically this is for your dwarfies, and you issue this at the start of the enemy combat phase. And if you do so, your model strikes last, but they get a ward of 5 up. Okay. Pretty cool. Good with that. It's fun. It's fun. No problem. There's a couple dwarven units I think this is pretty decent on, so yeah. Pretty good stuff. And then Grim Last Stand. This is at the start of your combat phase. Each time a model from a unit, you pick the unit that gets issued this order. It's 1 unit. You get to pick an enemy when they die. When one of the dwarves from the unit you pick is slain, you roll a die. On a 5 up, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. The new, fight on death mechanic, right? So yeah, cool. Either a defensy one and a damagey one,
or zombies.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, they either get a 5 up ward, so they're like zombies, or they do a 5 up mortal wound on death, so they're like zombies. Weird that the zombies get to do both of those things, while the dwarves only get to do one. Maybe we should kill the dwarves. They'll improve. Okay. But yeah, good stuff. And then we'll talk more about how this all happens later, because there's some fun additional things there. Yes, you are absolutely right, Manswine. Elfie orders. Strike them down. Do it. You can reveal this order at the start of the charge phase. You get to pick a friendly unit within 3 inches of your hero, elf units. If that unit makes a charge move, the strike first effect applies. This just feels like the most baseline design for these guys. Dwarves are slow but tough. Elves are fast and hit harder, I guess. Something. I don't know. They're fast. That's a thing, right?
They're fast and strike first.
Yes.
You gotta get the other order. They're fast. And then they strike first.
Yeah. And then swift disengage. You do this at the end of the combat phase. See, this one I actually really like. Of all of the sort of dwarf and elf ones, this was my favorite. I really like this one a lot. If you do so, pick 1 friendly Cities of Sigmar elf unit that is within 3 inches of the hero with this order, and is within 3 inches of any enemy units. That unit can immediately retreat. And that's just end of the combat phase. So your turn or enemy turn. I like that one a lot. I think that one's great.
Yeah.
That's got some super good counterplay on it. Like retreat at the end of combat, or in the combat phase, is often, as a Skaven player, this is very familiar to me. That's like some great tech. Opens up some great lines for moving around and controlling the board. Like that's just a really cool order. So yeah, I'm all about that.
Gives you a reason to consider units you might not otherwise consider, like Dark Riders or whatever they're called. Not saying you would take Dark Riders, but just like this might actually be an interesting use of Dark Riders, moving whatever they're 12, 14 inches, charging, ping-ponging, retreating 14. Now suddenly you might have stolen an objective.
Yeah,
Yeah, cool little place.
it's cool stuff. I was actually thinking about chariots with it. It was actually the
Yeah.
thing that, like, the little units of 3 chariots that you can take. That actually was the thing that immediately came to my mind, just because they got really good move on that retreat, obviously. Okay, cool. All right, so let's move on to command traits, because that's your allegiance abilities. There you go. That's your thing. Them orders. Yeah. Chariots are cool. Elect man, I'm all about them. I actually like the chariots. I kind of like all the little chariot type things in this army. I'm here for all those guys. From gyrocopters all the way up to steam tanks. I'm here for it. Okay. So, Divine Champion. General becomes a priest. If they're not already a priest, they know the Hammer of Sigmar prayer. It has an answer value 4 and a range of 12. Till the start of your next hero phase, you can add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons by friendly Cities of Sigmar human units while they're wholly within range of the chanter. A perfectly fine average prayer. It sucks because you got to stay within range of the bubble, but it's fine. Okay. Cool. We all right with that one?
Yeah, there's not many ways that I saw to bonus your prayer. I think you could do a Knight or Lord Relictor as your general, as an ally. I think that's a thing. And with +1 on the Lord Relictor specifically, and then High Priest to reroll it, so now you're at a 3-up reroll. If you really want to lean into getting this off.
It's throwing some good money after bad, but like, it's fine. Becoming a priest is cool. I like command traits that turn you into priests. I like them across most of the armies. I think that's really good, so I'm here for it. Grizzled Veteran, wound rolls made for attacks that target this general only wound on an unmodified 4+. So this is the 40k rule that we've been talking about, wondering for like 2 years why this wasn't here. And here it is. I wasn't expecting it to be showing up on a random human. I would have expected this rule to show up on, like, something alien or whatever.
Undead.
Or undead or a big giant orc or whatever, but that's fine. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Like, obviously you would put this on your general and griffin or something like that to make him more tough. And it is a pretty decent modifier to toughness. Like, I don't want to understate this. Like, people who wound on 3s and 2s, moving it to a 4 does, like, make a big difference in how survivable that free guild general on griffin is. So yeah. But then the one everybody's going to actually take, at least initially. So here we go. Master of Ballistics. If this general issues the all-out attack command, Core Rules 13.4, to a friendly Castellite unit in the shooting phase, add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made with missile weapons by that unit in that phase. This effect is in addition to the normal all-out attack. This is going to get worse later on, very fast. But when you all-out attack in the shooting phase, you get +1 to hit and wound. This is going to show up, like, initial lists. This will show up, like, that go to tournaments. This will show up on, I'm going to guess, I'm going to be conservative, Tyler. 70% of the lists will have this command trait.
That is,
Sure.
that is the exact percentage that I was guessing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like man 24 made a good point. The High Priest is a command trait. I forgot. So yeah. That whole idea of re-rolling your prayer, that you're not even doing that. So at best you're just getting a 3+ on that Hammer of Sigmar. If you're going Divine Champion as your
Look, man, just find some mystical terrain and stand next to it. You're good. That's all you need. Okay.
And then the unit has to hump you around that mystical
Yeah. Then
terrain.
you just got to stand. Then they just got to stay near you. Seems fine. And then Fiery Temper. You get to reroll charge rolls, and then if you charge, a big giant bubble of reroll charge goes off, which is cool. Like, that is a giant bubble. The thing that makes me not hate that one is that it's like an 18-inch bubble that comes off this general of reroll charges when you charge. That is a significant bubble of reroll charging. Yep. So, okay, cool. So, that's fine. Yeah, cool. Okay. Right on. Okay. And this is, yeah, so Master of Ballistics will be the thing that's taken quite a lot. So there you go.
Yep.
All right, Jordan of Mighty Lineage. So real quick, Devin, you're pointing out something. I will come back to this. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, we'll get there. But that's not actually the thing I was going to mention. We'll come back to it. I actually had a different thought in mind. Okay. Of Mighty Lineage, basically, you can issue a challenge. If you do so, you pick one enemy hero within 3 inches of this general. Until the end of that phase, the strike first effect applies to this general, but all the attacks they make in that phase must target that enemy hero. Okay. Sure. It's cool. It's fine. Your little dwarf can also strike first.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
though?
fine. It's fine.
Fine.
The little general can pull other units in with him, so him having strike first is pretty cool.
Just remember that. Yeah, that's what makes this interesting.
Yeah. Now, I mean, like, again, you've got to have a hero to use it against. He can't just strike first all the time or something like that. But it is cool. But like, anytime you have heroes that are doing the whole I pull a unit into combat with me thing, if you have the ability to give them strike first, it's actually quite a game changer on your overall activation paradigm. Because it means you're generally getting like 3 units to fight before they fight at all if it's your turn and you have priority. So it's a big deal. Insurmountable Resilience, heal like a lunatic. Like, yeah, this is good healing. This is some wild healing right here. You roll a dice for each wound currently allocated to this general. On a 3+, that wound is healed. Okay.
It reminds me of Gotrek.
That's strong healing.
Yeah, it's at best going to go on a 6 wound Warden King.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Not a lot of wounds, but yeah, it's cool.
Well, I mean, the key is like you got to remove that little bastard, because if you don't, like, you have to go all in. Because if you don't, like, he's going to stand back up.
He's a little punchy, so yeah.
Yeah, this guy's like turns him into like a little mini Bastion Carthalos. Not quite as good, but also doesn't have to kill anything to trigger it, so that's cool. And then Master of Ancient Lore, they become a priest. If they are already a priest, they know an additional prayer. In this case, you already have your own prayer lore, which we'll cover in a minute. For the Elfies, we have Unparalleled Duelist. For each hit roll for an attack made with a melee weapon that targets this general that does not score a hit, the attacking unit suffers 1 mortal wound after all of its attacks have been resolved. That's actually a wild ability, because it's not like normally these get put on like a natural roll of 1, right? But like the Black Dragon, the Dreadlord on Black Dragon, like going into a unit that hits on a 4-up or something is just like, okay, kill yourselves now.
Right.
That guy becomes the ultimate like chaff horde killer. Like he goes into zombies, they are going to hold off on piling in at all. They will attack you with the minimum number of zombies. I mean, you'll die to mortal wounds when you swing into them and kill a bunch of them, but it'll be funny.
Sure.
So that's cool. I mean, the zombies will still just murder you when they all die and just 5-up mortal wound you to death, but it's cool. It's
so much damage. It's so much damage.
Sure. Like, what the zombie player would naturally do is like, okay, I don't pile in. I attack you with, like, these 5 people who have to fight. I take 4 mortal wounds. Okay, now you go. You swing at me. You kill 25 zombies. I do 10 mortal wounds to you. It's like, what a great trade.
Be great into some rats with their 3-inch reach, a big old unit of rats. I guess
sure.
like would have to roll the dice at you with their 3-inch reach. Yeah.
Yeah, poor. That's the real tech. You want to take out clan rats. Unparalleled Duelist will lift you some clan rats. That unit's that's a bad day for them. Yeah. I mean, the Storm Vermin hit on like a 2-up, so you're not really getting that. You're still just getting the unmodified ones. But
yeah. I do love this command trait. It's pretty clever.
Yep.
It's probably not amazing, but yeah, I mean, situationally it could be a lot of fun. But yeah, there's too many ways around it, probably, for the most part. So.
Okay. Secretive Warlock. Secrets. Devin Cortman said, optimistic that a Dreadlord would kill 25 zombies. No, you're right. You're right. That was like super optimistic. All right, let me make that more realistic. You kill 8 zombies. There you go. Yeah, you only take like 3 mortal wounds back. And you get into a protracted combat that lasts for the rest of the game with nobody attacking each other. Secret of Warlock. Wizard only had 1 to casting on it. Binding rolls, cool, fine, great. It's an oldie but a goodie, it's classic. And Draconic Blood Pact, hero mounted on Black Dragon. Start a combat phase, you can draw power from their Draconic Blood Pact. If you do so, this general suffers 1 mortal wound. It cannot be negated. However, until the end of that phase, add 1 to the attacks characteristic of the weapons this general's mount is armed with. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's fine. I think I'd rather take the Unparalleled Duelist. All right.
Nope.
So, let's talk artifacts. Okay, Brazier of Holy Flame. Lets you lose half stuff from Battle Shock near you. That's it. That's the way to explain it. Pass. Mastro Vivetti's Magnificent Macroscope. Does this keep getting a different name every time? We've had these forever, but it did not have this name previously, right? I need to go find the old book and look at this name. I swear to God, this had a different name before. Anyways, this is going to be like an insanely popular choice. Add 3 inches to the range characteristic of missile weapons used by friendly Cities of Sigmar human units while they're wholly within 12 of the bearer. Yep, sure. Absolutely. That will be taken a lot. A lot. A lot.
Yep.
Yep. If that you'll take that command trait that I just talked about, and then you'll take this. This just builds itself. Okay. The Shemtek's Grimoire is actually really interesting in the existing season. Once per battle, you get to do this. You roll a d3, and until the end of that phase, all enemy wizards get minus that d3 to cast. It's actually a really cool artifact. I dig that in this current season. I mean, minus d3 across the board is actually super interesting as sort of anti-Zinch, anti-tech of people who are trying to do that. So, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I still don't. Well, obviously we've got one that is the go-to, and that the next one comes pretty interesting as well on your mobile hammer.
This is like your second, third pick, maybe, depending on your list construction.
Yeah.
It's your third.
Yeah, it's third. Yeah. Yeah, Sigmar Warhammer. That's pretty nice. Pick one of the bearer's melee weapons, prove the ring characteristic of the weapon by 1, and add 1 to the damage characteristic of that weapon. So, hello, free Guild Marshal on Griffin.
Sure.
He's got some tasty options to get up there, rend-wise and damage-wise. Give you a mobile hammer. There's not a lot of mobile hammers going on. Cities of Sigmar, so I can see that one being very popular.
Yep. A lot of people like this type of build. I've got a buddy who plays Cities a lot who always liked this sort of a thing. He likes having a free Guild General on Griffin that's like, good at like kicking butt and just being that mobile hammer that can be very threatening and scary and mobile. And yeah, I think it's cool. So it's cool. Yeah, good. It's a classic just boost the numbers artifact, right?
Stacks with countercharge, and with the war scroll as well. One of the melee options, at least one of the melee options to lance. So yeah, you can get some crazy rent in certain situations. Which
is what you need to actually kill things in the game, right? Like you go up to Ren 3-4, that's pretty good. Pretty good, it turns out. So there you go. The Flask of Lethicity, it's heal d6 wounds once per battle. I cannot pronounce whatever this city's name is. Lethician? I don't know. And then Glimmering, once per phase, you can reroll 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll for an attack made by the bearer, or 1 save roll for an attack that targets the bearer. Always actually a very powerful ability. I think people undersell this thing. So this kind of effect has been around, and actually a couple different armies have something like this. I think it's actually a very potent effect. All these, like, most of these are actually interesting. I understand what everybody's saying. We'll talk about it when we can talk about the command core and how the brazier works. I still just don't care. None of the armies I'm interested in running, I'm worried about Battle Shock. I'm still not sure I believe Battle Shock's a thing. So that's my ultimate feeling on that. Okay. Like, I've got so many ways to rally on a 4-up in here. It's fine. Or advanced rally in certain ways. Okay. Duerden, they got 3. First, the Book of Grudges. That's a grudgeon right there. Okay? So you get to pick an enemy unit that's visible to the bearer, see if you can find a grudge. You look through your book quickly. Okay? And Yeah, exactly, Devin. The Glimmerling's 100% my Steam Tank Commander item pick. Yes, it's great. I was going to talk about it when we get there. But yes, I agree completely. Because, like, I am absolutely looking at the Steam Tank Commander army. I'm just going to talk about it, just like, so you know. So that is the lens I am looking through here for my own personal bias. And Glimmering is great on him. Because, duh, you're firing your main cannon. So rerolling the hit or wound is actually really important. And you have a good armor save. So, you know, there you go. Anyways, if you find a grudge, you get +1 to hit rolls for attacks made by Cities of Sigmar Duradin units that target that enemy unit until you find another grudge. You get to do that every hero phase, so that's fun. +1 to hit for all your dwarf units against some enemy.
Flavor-wise, so much.
Yeah.
Like, I just love it.
Should it be a 3+, not a 4? Seems like.
I mean, a 4 is unfortunate, but I still, like, again, flavor-wise, I love it. Like, mechanically,
it is.
It'd be nice to be a little bit more reliable, but
Yeah. It is great, though.
Yep.
I like floating bonuses to hit.
Sure. Yeah. Especially when it's just like everybody gets it. The army. Like if you've got if you're looking for the hard Duradin army, this can be pretty big bonuses against that enemy unit you know you want to fight.
You're like that guy right there.
Yeah.
And I will say, there's no reason you can't keep trying to pick the same enemy unit. So if you fail the 4-up in round 1, you can go after him again in round 2. You can keep reading.
Yeah, like
there's a lot of grudges in there.
Like once you lock it in on a target, if you never want to move it, you don't.
Yeah, you just don't. Yeah, you don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. Because it's an optional thing. Pile driver gauntlets is basically instead of this model fighting, they hit the ground, and then every unit within 3 inches of the bearer on a 4-up, they strike last. Okay, decent enough.
That's pretty interesting.
And then heavy metal ingot, I really don't like at all, but it's ignore negative modifiers to save rolls for attacks to target the bearer if the bearer has not made a move in the same turn. Even though you're a dwarf and you don't move very far, movement is generally pretty important in this game, and so having your little guy have to stick his feet to the ground to ignore it to get this is quite a huge penalty.
Yeah.
So the elf side, you got your Shadow Shroud ring. This is at the start of your hero phase. You can say the bearer will use the ring. If you do so, until the start of your next hero phase, the bearer is not visible to enemy units that are more than 12 inches away. This is obviously super lookout, sir, because it's just not visible, so you can't get spelled or anything like that. Though oftentimes it doesn't matter. You're usually dying to AoE bombs that don't care whether or not they can see you. So, the Venom Fang Blade. If your wound roll is a 6, it's D3 mortal wounds. If it was hit roll of a 6, I'd be more interested, but at wound roll of a 6, I'm not. And then the Anklet of Epiphany. All right, question. I have to make sure this copied correctly, because when I pull text out of here, it's not like I retype stuff quickly. So I'm looking at this real quick. Hold on, I gotta go back to this. Is this for real? I saw this as I was writing it. Yep, I came across correctly. Is this the first magical anklet we've gotten?
First one comes to my mind.
Does the sorceress model, I don't have it off the top of my head, I can't picture it off the top of my head, that is to say, does the sorceress model have is she wearing a little anklet?
Let me find her here.
She might not be, but I know there are some fire slayers with anklets.
Sure. Well, they ain't elves or wizards, so twice they can't take this. I gotta flip to the art section of this book and see if they have a sorceress in here, because that is a wildly specific thing. The Anklet of Epiphany. I love it. It's amazing.
Apparently they didn't even include the dwarf and the elves in the art section.
Nope, it's all just pictures of the human stuff, and they're like, you can figure it out. It's fine. You don't need them. She has boots. Nope, not on the model. Okay, I don't know. What a hilariously specific thing.
Oh.
All I know is in the next D&D game that I DM, someone is finding an Anklet of Epiphany. That's happening. What's this? Is it a magical bracer? Nope. Only works when on the ankle. That takes up your feet slot. Okay.
How
Uh,
uncomfortable would that be?
so yeah, you can put it under your boots. Yeah. Anklet of Epiphany, wizard only, adds 6 inches to the range of spells cast by the bearer while the bearer is wholly on a terrain feature and or is contesting an objective. Uh, pretty good. Pretty good item. Let me just say that.
Yeah. There's
Like,
one crazy spell in particular that I saw that elves have.
yeah, we'll get there. Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, it's it's spells cast by the bearer, so it's not just your elvish spell lore. So it's all
Oh,
of your
right.
spells. Like say your endless spells or anything like that, or just mystical shield at a longer range. I mean, whatever. You know.
Hmm.
Turns out having a better adding 6 inches to most spells makes them good. Cygnus says next we'll see the toe ring of triumph. Yeah, exactly. Yes. This is my pinky ring of Boston right here, so obey, you know what I'm saying? Let's just get that going. Kiss the ring. Okay. So, speaking of spell lores, let's get into it. Here we go. All right, the human spells. Boy, there's a lot of these. Let me see if we can summarize, because I ain't reading all of these verbatim. Fireball. You don't take it. Next. Mystifying Miasma. Really good. Like, really good. Cast on a 5. Super long range of 24 inches. Shuts off a unit's ability to run completely and gives them -2 to charge. Wildly good.
Yeah.
That is a great spell right there. Pall of Doom. Also wonderful and amazing.
Hmm.
Casting value is higher on a 7, which can be tough sometimes. Okay, there is some bonuses to cast that are splattered around, but it's a high number. 18 inches, it's not as good as 24. Okay. And pick a unit, can't issue or receive commands. Incredible. Okay.
Yep.
Foz protection, human only. That's an important note here. All right. You ignore, returns the unit ethereal. Easy.
Low steam tank.
Hello, Steam Tank. Rain of Jade. No, you'd skip. It can heal people sort of, kind of, poorly. Transmutation of Lead. Variably good. If if it happens to go into people who are like large numbers of models with 1 or 2 wounds on a 4-up or 3-up save, then it's quite good.
Oh, let's see. Is there roll a number of dice equal to the number of models each? Yeah, 10 chosen. Yeah, units like that. Yeah, with 3-up save, 2-up save. Yeah, really.
Yeah, it's decent against them. The problem with something like that is there's enough wounds there, they don't really suffer from it. Your sort of ideal situation, honestly, is like somebody like the Steel Helms in this army.
Right? Yeah.
Like that's kind of your perfect situation, or like Storm Vermin or something like that, right?
Sure.
Those are like your perfect thing, because then it's 50% of the unit eats it, because it's equals or exceeds.
Right.
So it's cool. Twin-tailed Comet. Skip. Nope. And then Wild Form. No longer, sadly, will this particular wizard be the ally to Sylvaneth everywhere, because this is only human units now. But it is a really strong ability, as we've got our good old-fashioned 3d6 18-inch declare charge.
Yep. Big fan.
Yeah, great for your cavalry, right? Like Wild Form, obviously very strong on your cav, or just anybody else you need to move across the board and get into position, into fighting. So the winners for me are really Miasma, Pall of Doom, and Wild Form. Those are, I think, the 3 just standout winners. Miasma and Paul are great debuffs. Wild Form, incredible buff.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tom, any thoughts on all that? All makes sense to you?
No.
Okay.
Yep.
Right on.
Is that steam tank?
What's that?
Lots of decision points.
Lots of decision points, yes. Elf spells endured in prayers. So, sap strength, -1 to wound. Okay, it's fine. It's a perfectly fine spell. It's repeated like 1,000 different ways. Yes, Travis, you are correct. I should have said that. Yeah, wild form does work for countercharge. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, you always got to keep countercharge in mind as we talk about like everything in this book because there's so much where it matters. Just I need to hold a little sign up that just says "Remember countercharge." It's like super important, right? Umbral Hex is funny and skip. And Tenebral Blades, basically you pick a friendly Cities of Sigmar elf unit, and now their melee weapons make the target save characteristic non-existent. So we've sort of changed around how that spell works, obviously, right? Because it used to be you had to pick the enemy unit, and it was super short range. Now it's still super short range, but it makes it so when that unit goes into people, their save is nothing. And yes, this would go to 15 inches with the aforementioned anklet. You could have an epiphany that removing people's save characteristic is pretty good. It's pretty good, turns out. Okay. All fine. Obviously, a lot of good stuff. Cool. Good. All feel good about that?
Yep. Tenebral Blades. I mean, we'll get into it, but yeah, there's some one juicy war scroll in particular in the Dark Elf side, whatever they're called, the Coven side. So yeah, lots of attacks on a certain war scroll. We'll talk about.
Yep. Yeah, Tenebral Blades feels like the reason you actually have some Dark Elves in your thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Very good, Tom. I understand. I think everybody else will see your little message too, by the way, which is funny.
Fine.
It's okay. Rune of Unfaltering Aim. You get to pick a friendly Duradin unit, and they get +1 to hit rolls for attacks made with missile weapons. So another +1 to hit option, in addition to the Grudgeon. Rune of Oath and Steel. You get to pick a Duradin range, subtract 1 for wound rolls for attacks that target that unit, so -1 to be wounded, which is cool. And then the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. This one's actually kind of fun. Answer value 3 and 18 inches. You pick an enemy unit. You roll 6 dice. 6 dice. For each roll of 5+, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. In addition, if a unit suffers 3 or more mortal wounds, so you got to break statistics just a little, right? You got to get a little lucky. And they have to not have a ward save against mortals and so on and so forth, right? That unit is ruined. Ruined until the start of your next hero phase. While the unit is ruined, you ignore positive modifiers to save rolls for attacks that target that unit. Pretty cool. I mean, like, obviously you're hoping on some good luck there. You have to like chant the prayer on a 3, which is a 6.5 spell cast. By the way, if you're just talking about the difficulty of that, like mathematically, the odds are rolling a 6.5. If that makes sense, it's halfway between rolling a 6 and a 7. Then you have to get the mortal wounds through. They have to not ward save it. But if it does, it's a pretty good, decent payoff. So it's fine.
I like the wordplay.
Okay. The Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Ruined.
It's a rune that ruins.
Ruin. Yes. Okay. Cool. Let's talk sub-factions. By the way, go ahead. What were you going to say? Yeah.
Yeah, I like the prayers. Yeah, I dig the prayers.
Yeah, I think the prayers are all really interesting. The first two are like really basic. They're fine. Like +1 to hit, -1 to be wounded, all fine. Really interesting in combination with some of the other stuff we saw earlier, like some of the Dwarven commands and stuff. You know, you get a unit with that goes into 5-up ward mode and has the -1 to be wounded on it. That's actually a pretty hard unit to shift. And so like that's just pretty baseline combo stuff that's pretty nice, especially when we see Iron Breakers later and we see and we see their little ability. We're going to see that that's actually a pretty tough unit to shift around. So Iron Breakers are finally living up to their old tactics and name. Yeah, this is one of the art pieces in the book. I love this art piece. It's super cool. Yeah, so
I want to know where the Storm Shadow Ninjas where that unit went.
Well, I think that's meant to be the person out of the command core. They don't look exactly like that in the way that the person painted them. So my guess is like the art was done and then the person painted the model. But it's meant to be that person, the stalker or whatever from the command core.
I'm aware.
Yeah. But yeah, this art's sweet. It's like really cool. And this little dog lizard thing that's in the army now is like awesome. I love dog wizard or dog lizard guy. Okay. Subfactions. Here we go. There are so many of these. Dear God.
11.
All right. Let's get into it. There are too many cities.
And somehow we still didn't get the free the Daughters of Cain city.
I mean, look, dude. It's where we are. All right. Hammerhall Aksha. Okay. When orders are being given to friendly Hammerhall Aksha heroes, one of those units can be given 2 orders instead of 1, but they must be given different orders. Okay, cool. So, neat. You can give one of your heroes 2 orders. Quite useful. Quite useful. I agree, Cygnus. Whirlwind's Edge didn't get a mention. Travesty. Yeah, where's my fan content getting put in? It's a super cool city. Okay. And then if you have a Ventus Firestrike in your army, which you won't until the new Stormcast book is printed, you get an extra command point. But neat. Because he's in charge of the city. So that's cool. That's fun. Tempest Eye. You can retreat and charge. Retreat and shoot, I apologize. With your Tempest Eye and allied KO units. Okay. Have we hit anything yet you're taking?
No.
Gentlemen, are we taking either of these so far?
Hammer Hall actually has got me curious for a
I don't
mixed
hate
arms list.
Okay.
I don't hate it.
Yeah. When I'm writing a variety pack list that I'm not leaning into anything in particular, I think it could be interesting.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Devin, I think that's true, but I mean, them putting that tells me they're gonna fix that. So.
Sky Vessel, is that all KO War Scrolls, or is that certain?
Oh, that's just your boats. That's just a frigate and a
Ironclad and the gun hauler.
And the gun hauler, yeah.
But you can't have ironclads in the list anymore. So that is
expensive.
only frigate, and gun haulers.
Yeah.
And any units that are inside of them, which are only the Skyfarers.
Gotcha.
Correct. Okay. Oops, sorry. Hallowheart. Hallowheart's fun. This is fun. So far we got Hammerhall is interesting. Tempest Eye as a pass. Hallowheart. When you attempt to cast a spell with a friendly Hallowheart wizard, you can say they will harness wild magic. You roll 3 dice instead of 2 for that casting roll. However, on an unmodified roll of 10+, the caster suffers D3 mortal wounds after the effects of the spell have been resolved. Fantastic. Great. A+. If you roll the average roll or higher, right, you take the D3 mortals. So getting that 9 is just like that's a great day for you.
But
yeah, this is fantastic.
Into unbindable numbers.
Like,
it's not like roll 3 and take the 2 highest. It's
just roll 3.
Yeah.
Amazing, incredible in the current season, like wildly good in the current season. Yes, you could super explode yourself, but like, many wizards in this book have more than just the 5 wound foot people, right? And so, yep, this is like a really good one. It's a really good one.
You do have Reign of Jade. I know there's a lot of other spells that are better options, including in the GHB, but that is one little way that you can try to get a little healing back. Obviously, you got Heroic Recovery as well in the next hero phase, so you got some ways potentially to get some of those wins back. I really like how they worded this. There were instances like this in this book where I felt like, okay, they're having a better balance with some of these rules, like the countercharge at the end of the charge phase, and this is the Drawn Power heroic action, but with some downside. Whereas Drawn Power, there's I guess Drawn Power does have some downside as well, right? If you miscast, you're taking D6 mortal wounds, so there's some meaningful downside to that as well. But yeah, it's good to have that balance.
I love, like, this is bar none the strongest one, and in the current season, it's crazy. It's crazy strong. Like, and yes, I agree. We'll talk about Command Core in a second. Yes, absolutely. We were gonna get there. Hallowheart. So, like, okay. So the build in my mind is like a bunch of shooty people in Hallowheart. Your wizard is like, you don't need it, but because there's a non-bow that's gonna happen in a second. You'd think you'd put in the shooting one, but you wouldn't. And I just go Hallowheart for all the spells.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Certainly some play there.
Hammerhall Gyra. Nope. You can do an additional reinforcement. Again, now you're just trying to make fun of me for running Skaven, that I don't get any reinforcement points. And you get a bravery characteristic of 10 while you have models. It's like, if you're that worried about bravery, just take the immune trick. So.
Yeah.
Or the basically immune trick. You'll see in a second.
Okay.
We'll get there. I'm not concerned. It's not worth taking your sub-faction over. Like, I would take Hallowheart a billion times before I take Gyro once. It's terrible. Pass. Skip. Living City, you can take half your units off board. And they can ambush in, but it's edge of the battlefield. Traditional thing. It's both your Living City units and your Sylvaneth units. Okay.
Yeah. Basically the same what it used to be.
Same as what it used to be. Yep. Still do your funny trick of taking your Luminarchs off the board and then pulling them on the side and then firing your little laser line down there.
Yep.
So, yep, still works. That trick is still good. Greywater Fastness. Okay. You can use the all-out attack command up to 3 times in your shooting phase. In addition, the first 2 times a friendly Greywater Fastness unit receives the all-out attack command in your shooting phase, a command point is not spent. I hate this so much. Now, we should state that, and this is, Devin pointed this out earlier, and I was going to make this point here. This doesn't say your general gets to issue it 3 times. It's not like the Pretenders, where the bop, bop, bop. Okay? And it's only your general that gives the all-out attack +1 to hit and wound. Right. So this is like 1 unit gets +1 to hit and wound, and then 2 other units that are shooting get +1 to hit, like normal. But, or if you have no command points, basically, you can just issue it twice.
Yep.
Okay. And I hate when they structure them like this, where it just says, Greywater Fastness just says, you can use all-out attack in your shooting phase twice for free. That's all it says. Like, you just get 2 free command points that must be spent on all-out attack for a shoot in your shooting phase. But, okay. It's good. Like, it's good. It's a good one. I would just still rather take Hallowheart, even in my shooting army, because I want all my wizards just, like, auto-casting crazy spells.
So this would synergize with Master Ballistics command trait, I believe.
What are you talking about?
The one that whenever you issue all that attack, you get +1.
No, because it's only when your general issues. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't combo with that. That was my explanation I just made.
Just reading the comments. I was not listening to you.
No, you're good. It's a thing to get to. You'll get the skill eventually of doing both at once. So, yeah, the key here with this one is it's not allowing your general to multi-issue, and only your general does the stock and blocking of the +1 to wound. I mean, it's still good. Okay. Obviously, though, I hate this because I hate when they say you get to do the first 2 for free and then the third one costs a point, when it should be like the other way around, obviously. The first one's you spend, and then you can do it twice more for free. Cool. Whatever. Okay. Then you've got Lethis. All of your heroes become that aren't wizards. Nice little caveat there. Become priests. And them and friendly Stormcast Eternals priests. Hey, neat. Lethis is back, baby. Know the following prayer. It's a value of 4, range of 12. Pick an enemy within range, and it shuts off ward saves. Tyler.
Yeah.
Happy to see that, right? You love it.
No,
you love the shut off ward saves. Don't worry, no one's going to ever take this, so it's fine.
I know, yeah. I know, yeah. This is not going to be very popular, so whatever.
Right. Like, it's obviously a cool ability. It's in a sub-faction no one will ever pick. So
Yeah.
cool beans. Great.
There's
You
not
have,
ways to bonus your prayers for the most part. So yeah.
yep. Electman says, I love Lethis for my more fluffy thematic list to represent my custom city. No, I agree. Like, this is actually my favorite city. Let me just say that. Like, if we're talking power, I think this is, nobody's going to take this thing. But, like, what does Vince personally love? Lethis. I think this is the coolest city. I love what it does. I love the ability, the prayer. I love turning all of my heroes into priests. So it's just like all priests and wizards. Like, flavor wise, this is the absolute win. Lethis is the coolest one. Like, by far, this is the coolest one. Okay. So, here for that. Also, it's hilarious that I can turn my Steam Tank commanders into priests. Who are then chanting out, blessing and shutting off word saves and stuff.
Yeah.
So, it's cool. It's just, it won't be taken. And then the Vindicarum. Friendly Vindicarum units can receive the rally command while they're within 3 inches of enemy units. In addition, when a friendly Vindicarum flagellant unit receives the rally command, you can return 1 slain model to that unit for each 5+ instead of 6. This will be the other one taken.
Mm-hmm.
Because this will be like the 10% of lists for people, or 5% or something, some small number, but this will be taken. As people are going to try to, like, there will be people who are going to try the flagellant spam list. Hello, dear. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. So yes, people are going to try the flagellant spam list, and this is the way you do it, right? They rally in combat. There's more ways to rally in combat. We'll talk about later because you're going to have a certain lady in your list, and this gets you there. Bunch of mortal wound kickback, and then you bring them right back, and you do rinse and repeat. So, like, I don't think this is a good list, but I think people will try it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I'm glad the
I'll
dogs
have
are
to-
barking.
I didn't take a
make
closer
them
look. Watching.
No, that's okay. What's that now?
I didn't take a close look at Flagellant, so we'll have to look at them when we get there.
We'll look. I mean, I don't think it's actually a list that works, but I think a bunch of people are going to try it.
There we go.
Like,
Okay.
and by a bunch, I mean like 5% of the tournament list you see will be like that kind of thing. Everybody's waving at the dogs. Yes, I'm sure. Oh, there you go. Hit like for dogs. If you haven't hit like yet, look at this. Come on now. Tell me that's not like the cutest thing in the entire world. Okay. Cool. But yet there's more. You thought we were done. No, there's so many more.
Do you think Lyra could be a co-host?
Absolutely. I mean, she'd do more than Tom, generally.
True.
She's a lot cuter than Tom.
Yeah. She would generate more likes and less dislikes than Tom. That's fair.
Does Tom get dislikes?
No, not really. Okay.
Aw. I
Uh,
can start that trend.
Sure. Let's not. All right. Excelsius. Add 1 to the wounds characteristic of friendly Excelsius monsters. In addition, each time a friendly Excelsius Free Guild Cavalier unit fights, after all of its attacks have been resolved, pick 1 enemy unit within 3 inches of that Free Guild Cavalier unit and roll a dice for each model in that Cavalier unit. For each 4+ they suffer a mortal wound. Okay. It's cool. For people who
Yeah, not
want to
too bad.
do... Yeah, people who want to do some stuff there. Though, like, +1
Yeah.
to wounds for monsters is not really anything I care about that much. But the Cav unit turning them into having a post-combat mortal wound shock is actually, like, pretty decent. It's pretty decent.
Yeah.
A couple extra mortal wounds every time, so. Yep.
Yeah. Reason to run maybe a unit of 10. They're on small bases. They're only in 1 inch reach. But yeah, if you have the right situation, you can get a lot of them in even with that 1 inch reach, and then have 10 dice potentially on 4-ups, 5 mortal wounds on top of everything else. Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, Cav are quite nice. So
I think they're okay. I have a different opinion on them. When we get to them, I think they have some real play, but boy, do they have an Achilles heel. We'll talk when we get there. Settlers gain +1 to cast rolls, and then in addition, if you've got Illuminath Realm Lord's hero around that's allied, you get an additional command point. So, notably, it's only casting, but this is a good ability. Like, +1 to casting is good. So, and it's all your wizards. So, it's cool.
yeah,
And then...
I like this one for what it's. I mean, just adding 2 command points in a battle round, that's pretty sweet. I mean, your little heroes are more likely to stay alive more readily nowadays. other than AoE damage, area of effect damage, splashing on your head. And yeah, I mean, that's potentially, I don't know. I haven't thought through to what degree can this army really leverage 2 additional command points in a round, but seems nice on the surface.
No, I like it with the twins, especially since the twins got a lot cheaper. Go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say with the twins. Yeah.
Yep.
Just continue.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I apologize. We were both racing for the twins. Like, again, it just becomes a command point extravaganza with the twins around.
Right.
Yep.
And they're good. They drop down actually quite a bit over the multiple points drop. So I think you'll see some of these lists around. People play around with this. I mean, yeah, +1 to casting is good. That's what it comes down to. I'm not sure exactly what this army is. Like, I don't know what I'm doing with it other than like I'm gonna have some wizards and I've got the twins.
Right.
Well, and what I would say is this: like, what seems to be the real miss here is that it's not Settlers Gain wizards and Lumineth allied Lumineth wizards.
Yeah.
That seems like a real miss to me because it's like seemingly incentivizing that, and yet you don't actually get the benefit on your allies like you do with every other army.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is weird. Yeah.
And then Misthaven. This is truly a wild ability. At the end of your hero phase, you can pick up to 3 different friendly Misthaven units that are more than 12 inches from all enemy units. Each of those units can make a move of up to d6 inches, roll separately for each. If the unit has a mount, it can make a move of up to 2d6 inches instead of d6. You ready? Units can finish this move within 3 inches of enemy units. Okay.
This one's fine to me. I mean, this is Murderlust done correctly. Yeah, there. I'm
sure,
still
because
on
you
that.
got to roll a 10.
You got to roll a 10. Yeah. This is what balance looks like, or more like.
What do you mean you have to roll a 10?
The unit you picked has to be more than 12 inches away. So when you started, so like let's assume you're at 12.1 inches, right? So if you're going to get within 3 inches and hence shut off their charge and screw them up Murderless style, which is obviously the play here, right? You'd have to get at least a 10 to move to within that space. So you got to roll really high. And it has to be a mounted unit. Otherwise, you're just like getting closer.
Yep. Yeah, solid.
It's really interesting. Like that kind of additional movement in your hero phase is actually pretty fascinating. I don't know if it's like Settlers Gain, Vindicarum, Hollow Heart good. But it's pretty cool. So
yeah. Mostly, yeah, with a Cav plus Griff, Free Guild Marshal, a couple Free Guild Marshals, Free Guild Cav Marshals, Free Guild Marshal on Griffin, and a bunch of Cav. I'd be curious to try this with the 2d6 rocking around.
Yep. So, cool. Very good. I said, blah, blah, blah. It's your hero phase. You're not shutting off their charge, but sure.
To clarify, allies don't get the city keyword.
Correct. They just are what they are. Yeah.
What is the restriction on that for those keywords?
What do you mean? Like, are you asking what allies can they take? What are you asking me?
Like I'm curious about the clause that says who gets the keyword for the city itself. So, for example, like when you have something like because normally like there's a call out box here, right? That is granting these sub faction keywords. And
you're not getting the sub-faction keywords with your allies. Your KO are still KO, your Lumineth are still Lumineth, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Like, it's just... There's no reason they absorb the keyword.
Yeah.
Okay, best overall city. Let's do it. What's your pick? Tyler, what's your...
I mean,
let's do this. What's your best city, and then what's your favorite city? Give me both.
It's hard to get away from Hallowheart Like I haven't looked at how, like I said, I just looked at the book today for the first time
Sure.
and wrote to that list event. So I haven't even thought about other lists and allies and all this like insanity of what you can actually do with this book and so many options. How hard I would guess though you can run some powerful lists that's leaning into as you said range damage plus magic and you can really power up your magic. And then favorite would probably be Living City because I just love board play. And Living City still has interesting board play to me. I think you can do a lot of cool things. Travis, my friend, he is doing things with like a Hurricanum and 3 Scourge Runner Chariots all coming in from a board. Right now he's potentially getting the battle tactic with the elves, 3 charging. He's getting +1 hit on the Scourge Runners with their interesting shooting. He's keeping the Hurricanum alive. Bring it alive longer potentially. It's not coming on board round 1 or maybe round 2 and getting shut off. It's coming in round 3 maybe, and then doing its hero face trick from the remainder of the game. Hopefully, I think Living City could be kind of cool.
Okay. Tom, what's your vote for best? What's your actual favorite?
I mean, I think right now the best generally has to be Hollowheart. Just simply because of the numbers, just the math of it.
Yep.
And especially given the season we're in, I think it's the right answer. That said, Misthaven is my favorite.
It's a super tricky ability. It's exactly the kind of thing you like. Playing to these weird outs is exactly a Tom play where people are just scooting around, moving around, being tricksy.
Well, not only that, like I think about like how this ends up, like how this interfaces with things that allow you to like deep strike in the hero phase, like spells and stuff like that.
Oh, like if you teleport things, or if you teleport somebody around in the hero phase, you mean?
Yep.
Like if you bridge somebody or boat somebody or something.
Yeah, you still get your 2d6 movement because it's at the end of the hero phase, even though it's not, even if you can't move in the movement phase, that's fine. You still get your 2d6 right now, and it's not a restriction on anywhere on the battlefield. Like it's literally anyone that's farther than 12 from an enemy.
Sure.
And so I think it has a lot of potential for like aggressive abuse.
It's a super cool one.
Because
to me, these like
even in that instance, like if you could, for example, relocate or deep strike or whatever, whether you're doing it from like I'm thinking about even endless spells and stuff, stuff like that. Like,
sure.
You have tools, right? Like everybody has universal tools. You could move those units, like teleport it, and then move 2d6. And even if you're not getting into melee, shortening that charge that's normally an outrageously long charge.
Sure. Yeah, agreed. For me, it's Hollowheart is the best. I think we're all in agreement on that. It's just like, especially in the current season, it's so strong. And then Lethis is my actual favorite. But I think these actually tier out into like a tier 1 is just Hollowheart. It stands alone. Tier 2 is like probably everything on this page. Maybe plus Vindicarum and
throwing in Greywater tier 2,
probably Greywater, yeah, is in tier 2, yeah. And then tier 3 is just like everything else, where it's like, yeah, it does something, it doesn't do nothing, but it's those are your 3 tiers in my mind. So okay, cool, we did it. Let's get talk War Scrolls. Here we go. All right, War Scrolls. Let's get amongst it. Talia Vedra, Scourge, Lioness of the Parched. Yeah, she's cool. Great model. 340 points for a 15 wound, 4 up save, 8 bravery. She is keyword locked to Hammerhall Aksha. She has a mount, she can fly, she's a War Master. She got a ward of 6 up. While this unit is within 3 inches of any enemy units, this unit can issue the rally command to friendly Cities of Sigmar human units while they're within 3 inches of any enemy units. In addition, when it does so, you can return 1 slain model for each 4 up instead of a 6. Thanks, I hate it. Okay, not only does it allow you to rally in combat, it rallies on a 4 up. It's like they tried to write a rule that would be like truly the worst thing in the world. Great.
It sounds like it's a reason to run Hammerhall Aksha.
Sure. Well, speaking of that, Unparalleled Tactician. If she's in a Cities of Sigmar army, when orders being given to heroes, this unit can be given 2 orders instead of 1. Each order must be different. If you're in Hammerhall Aksha, where you also have that ability, then she and one other hero could both be given 2 orders. So it is now representing quite a material increase in the amount of orders that you have every round. Sure. And then Paralyzing Venom, it's a monstrous action you get that works against other monsters that on 3-up makes them strike last. You get your own unique little monstrous rampage. So, yeah, she's fine. You know, she's cool. Like, it's a beautiful model. I think 340 points is probably the correct points for her. She's not like an incredibly damaging model. She's okay. Like, she does okay damage. Her sting is very, very strong at D3 plus 3 damage when it's unwounded, but she only gets 2 of those attacks and it hits on a 4, right? And then other than that, her attacks are like, they're fine. They're fine. So, you know, she's not like incredibly fragile, but she's also not super tough. She's 15 wounds on a 4-up, 6-up. Like, okay. So, she's got good bonuses. She has decent attacks, good utility. 340 points feels eminently fair.
It's a fine war scroll. Fine.
Yeah. I mean, her base move is 14 inches. Like, I don't want to undercount that. That's a heck of a move, right?
I'm a fan as well. I really like the Monstrous Rampage. Pick one new monster, made a charge move within 3 of this unit, roll the dice 3 up, strike last effect applies to the new monster. So yeah, nice having that. It's a threat. There's still a lot of monsters, a fair number of monsters that roll around in this game.
Sure.
I see she's not an auto include remotely, not even remotely an auto include, but she's competitively viable. She's interesting, beautiful model. Like she's in that range where, you know, good enough you could take her and make her work in the list. I would see her standing, doing the classic screen in front, whether it's Fusiliers or Steel Helms, whatever, wherever your enemy ends a charge within a half inch of that screen in front, they end within 3 inches of her as well. So that you're going to she'll get pulled in, but hopefully she'll be protected from getting hit or minimize getting hit, right? And then you've got the 4 rally benefit in place as needed. Something like that, I could see.
And you could give the command, like the return fire, so that if she gets shot, she can give the return fire to the unit behind her.
All the Fusiliers behind her, like, get them.
Yeah.
That's a great point, Tom. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, because you like subconsciously, my mind is trained over 8 years to think, oh, this piece is going to be at risk of just getting shot off the board. Well, not necessarily.
I mean,
not if she's floating near Fusiliers, yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome to remove her or take shots at her, but guess what? I get to also pick up your toys.
Yeah, you will pay for that decision. Absolutely. Play for blood. Okay. Yeah, at 340, I think she's cool. Like, I think there's some play here. And yes, as pointed out, Electman is correct, and it's what we're saying. It's not like her rally is locked to Hammerhall Aksha. She's locked to it, but the lead from the front isn't. So you can take her in other.
None of her abilities are
correct.
Just she is.
She is.
So what that means is that you could include her, get full benefit from her in any army, but it's just she can't benefit from the actual traits. Like, so she couldn't get the 2d6 move for
for Misthaven or whatever. Yeah. I mean, hey, she ain't a wizard anyway, so seems like Hallowheart's still winning. It's fine with me. All the other people who are wizards are still benefiting. Cool. Okay. All right. Dupe. Okay, now we come to the first of 2 problems in this book. Pontifex Sinestra, Matriarch of the Great Wheel. 9 wounds on a 5-up save, bravery 9. She's got her crew. She's got some attacks. They don't matter. This unit can attempt to dispel one endless spell at the start of your hero phase and unbind one spell in the enemy hero phase, just like a wizard. She also gets +1 to that. No. She got a ward of 4-up, so all of a sudden we're turning that save situation, turn that frown upside down. That 5-up save is backed up by a 4-up ward. And then she has a prayer, because she is in fact a priest. And she gets to chant it, and it has an answer value of 3. If this unit's within your territory, you get to pick one of the effects below to apply until your next hero phase. If it's answered and she is not within your territory, pick 2 of the effects below instead of 1. Boy, is this often map dependent how powerful this ability is, but it's still really good. Hallowed Ground. Your units all get a 5-up ward while they're wholly within 8 18 inches of this unit.
Yeah.
Woof.
That's a good 5-up.
That is a good 5-up. So you're choosing that one. That's always one. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Great Wheel turns 2 inches to the move characteristic, which is for friendly Cities of Sigmar human units on the battlefield. So again, oh, by the way, she's like super racist. I just want to point that out because she only affects humans with her magical prayers. So I'm glad to see that, you know, no elf could ever turn and see the glory of Sigmar. Racist. I really like, I'm saying that jokingly, but at the same time, I actually really hate crap like this. Like, there's no reason this stuff has to be locked like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, these are all Sigmar cities, right?
Like, she's meant to pair with the flagellants, is what they're trying to communicate with it. Now, whether we
Yes,
agree
she
with that or
is, as they make her battle line. But, like, I really, really still hate it.
Yeah.
It would just be better if she was actually, like, she's a priest. It's wild. Anyways, yes, Keith Rogers, wholly within 18, laugh at the hollow heart drawback for humans. Yes, correct. Are you taking D3 mortals? Half a 5-up ward. That'll help. That'll help soften that.
As an aside, we also have an order that by 3, so now we're up to movement 5.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So this, yes, you can get quite a lot of extra movement here. She can cast out evil. This is another effect she can pick, which is roll a dice for each enemy, wizard, and priest on the battlefield on a 2-up. They suffer D3 mortal wounds. Quite a potentially potent effect if you're looking talking about splash mortal wounds. So I imagine that will also often be a choice. Like, if
So, are crews considered mounts or not?
is a crew considered a mount? I have to relook and remember exactly how that rules wording works. Yes, for the purposes of some things, but I don't know if that's like true all the time. Are you wondering about the D6 versus 2D6 move?
Yeah.
I don't think that would trip that, because I believe that what it acts is your crew is a prohibition where they're treated as a mount for purposes of like everything that is prevented from mounts, but I don't think they count as a mount just like being the thing. This is referencing the other way around, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how like the movement doesn't really matter like ultimately, but you could include this in like a Bloodhaven and pretty easily.
You mean Misthaven? Like, Bloodhaven's where Nightwing is from, but I got you.
I'm aware. Thank you. Because you could pretty easily be like 2d6 at the end of the hero, plus 5 from orders and this, plus whatever your base movement is.
Sure.
Like if you're
to get her out of the zone or something like that. Yeah.
No,
her position.
no, none of that movement that I just said is none of that movement is range restricted. So you would just need a hero to trigger the +3 movement.
No, I got you. I meant if you're trying to get her in position outside of your territory more easily, or have her around, or have her ward broadcasting exactly where you want it, and so on.
Well, she can be anywhere to broadcast this, right? Like she has to succeed on the prayer, but she could be anywhere to give that +2 movement. And so you could have, for example, like think about like a general on Griffin or a dragon or something like that with a high movement. It could be near mounted units, right? So the order, like it will get pushed up. It will get pushed up with the 2d6, and then as long as they're within 3, the mounted units, they're going to then get the movement bonus, the trigger movement bonus plus her movement bonus for 5 plus whatever your base movement is. Like you could shoot a unit, like a mounted unit across the table turn 1 super easily this way.
Sure. Yeah, Devin, I'm not sure that's exactly correct. I'll need to go check on it. Like, you very well might be right, but like the way it's referencing this, it might not function in that way. It's an interesting question. It might end up being an FAQ. But anyway, she's 150 points. She's amazing. She'll be in like a ton of armies. Like, there you go. She's real good at 150 points.
If you want to use her to nuke some little heroes, take a Night Vexler or 2 with her.
Sure.
And have a good time.
boom, shake, shake, shake the room as down comes the meteoric standards as well as her prayer. Yes. We can just kill all the little heroes all at once. Look out, sir. Be darned. So, yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say, yeah, she's gonna be have times where it feels like she's not doing anything. You're gonna fail the 3. I mean, she's mainly there for the 5-up board, obviously. You roll the 1 or 2. Okay, now you're not getting the main benefit from her. So I don't want to see her points go up too crazily. I mean, it's kind of one of these.
She's not a
weird.
300-point hero, but she ain't a 150-point hero.
Not 150.
This is
like,
let me say it this way: at 150 points, she's an auto include.
Is she? Though?
yeah, that's
Yes, absolutely. Every SBG list, every awful, horrible SBG list is spamming both of their 5-up ward heroes in Virkos when they run that way. Why? Because it takes massive amounts of zombies and gives them all 5-up wards, which just makes it so the attrition is terrible. Like, the math just becomes terrible. Okay? She broadcasts a much bigger bubble than Torgilius does. Okay? And has other utility.
Like, it's also on a 3-up answer. Do you have any way to modify that?
I understand that.
There's not.
So, I mean,
there's no
1/3
of the turns of the game, you will not have that bubble.
I'll take the swing. Like, Torgilius is the same price as this. Is 150. And he's like a 5-wound moron. That his only ability is he gives a 5-up ward.
Yeah, no
and
argument.
He's in every list.
What should it? Is it 190? Please, I don't feel that great about it. Like, I can see 190. If we're going higher than that, I start to get a little bit worried. At least as a starting point, it's definitely not 150.
Because this is also not doing anything outside of that buff.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, no, disagree. It's doing 2 things when you're outside your territory, and the other thing is do a bunch of mortal wounds or really make all your units faster. Those are things.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, those are absolutely things. And she's not that super easy to remove because of a 4-up ward. Like, yeah, sure, you can roll bad, you can roll good. Like, a 4-up ward's a 4-up ward. If you're not cutting the ward, she just sometimes will keep living.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
I mean, what I would say is this. I don't think it's as hot of a pick as you think it is.
That's careful. You're wandering into zombie territory here, my dog.
I understand. No, I understand. Like, I think it's good. I do. I think it's good. But I think that what you're going to experience when this is on the table, right? Is not going to be what you think you're going to get. Like, I think that some aspects of it are going to be really good, but I think sometimes it's actually you're going to rely on it, and that's going to be a mistake.
I mean, what I have is a 66% of the time. Sure, let's just say there's no mystical terrain around. There's no other thing I have that's modifying this. Let's say.
Yep.
I have a giant 5-up ward bubble plus often a second effect. Okay, sitting on a.
You have to push that bubble forward in order to get your.
Good, I'll push her forward.
In order to get your benefit, but that bubble then is going to move, and it may not be on the battlefield where you need it to be.
She also can issue orders. I would point out. She does still get that too. She's a hero for orders.
Sure.
She's also doing that. Like, 150 is just crazy cheaper. What should be your cost? I don't know. It's 190 or 200. That's the actual correct point cost.
Well, yeah, Vince. What I meant to say at the start is I feel like, because some of the points are off. Are we ticking up the buffs, the buff war scrolls, or are we ticking up like the Fusiliers, the unit war scrolls? I tend to think we need to tick up some of these buff war scrolls.
It's the buff war scrolls, yeah, 100%. Yeah, you make building the combo, the wombo combo more expensive.
Yeah, but I would work because again, trying to I haven't looked at here's the stupid skewed leaning into the the full bore 5.0 effort and what that's going to look like. That's probably some folks have written that. Maybe it's in some of the coaches shows, but in trying to write a variety pack list that I thought was competitive, interesting, new models, like it didn't seem that far off, but it did feel a little too much.
Yeah, like I said, she's not a 300-point hero. I mean, let's not get insane, okay? Yeah. But she's not a 150-point hero. That's just wild.
Sure.
like I said, she's 190, 200. That's the correct point cost. She's like way over Utilitas for what she's achieving right here. Like you could compare her to 20 other War Scrolls, and like Tyler, I'm sorry, how much is your Herald of Nurgle?
I'm sure. It's 120, 130. Yeah, something like that.
Is that
Yeah.
a wizard as well?
Much.
Yeah, he's a wizard. He's a single cast wizard. That is literally his ability. He is
Yeah,
a
like,
single
he'd be like,
cast wizard, and I believe he's 130 points right now. So, with 5 wounds. Okay, get out of here. Get out of here. At 150. Get out of here.
No
It's ridiculous.
argument.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, let's go 190 and we'll see how that's looking.
Connor Stevens said, I don't think any of this needs to go up because a lot of it depends on things going off. You could have a turn where no buffs go off. Yeah, sure, you could. But that's not how we point cost things. Like, it's not that unlikely either. It is still the more likely scenario than not. Yeah, like,
No,
as a Skaven player, let me tell you what. Yes, you're right. You have turns where you can't do that. Sometimes units hit on a 3-up. You still point cost units for their average damage. Okay? You don't point cost them assuming they're all 1s.
I'm going to say anything over 170 going to get into sketch territory.
I think that's crazy. She's easily 190. I'm being generous. This is me being merciful. I'd like to hit her even harder. I don't think she'll get there.
Like,
it'll take like 2 points increases for her to get there.
Yeah, they almost
like
never.
I'm just thinking about other similar like utility heroes in this point range in other armies, and like
The issue, Tom, it's just the design, right? It's such a massive benefit. There's a huge gap between the on and off here.
Yep.
But you think about something like this in like a Luminarch that's giving like a huge bubble, right? Historically, right? The difference is that's actually like doing something on the battlefield. Like that's actually doing mortal wounds and stuff like that. This isn't. This is not doing anything. It's not holding objectives.
Nope, she's 2 models on an objective, same as the Luminarch.
Yeah, like she's not achieving anything with a 5-inch move. You're not going to ever do damage with it at all. Like that's not something that can be done. She will never remove any other model from the board.
I disagree. Her cast out evil, as pop in your second thing, will absolutely remove models from the board. All their utility heroes are dead with a simple combination of a couple things. Like she is a part of the plan to absolutely wipe out every 5 wound hero the enemy unit has. The enemy army has.
Sure. What is that? What does Iron Jaws have to say to that?
All your war chainers are dead. That really sucks, is what they have to say to that, because that's a pretty critical piece to my success plan. Like that's +1 damage. It's pretty important. And by the way, if she gets the 5-up ward off, which there are plenty of cases where she can do both, she also blunts my damage pretty badly. So yeah, I'd say she's a pretty direct answer. Like she's really good. Like bottom line.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I'm wanting to say like outside of like she herself is doing nothing on the battlefield.
Sure. Oh, you're right. Yes, the war chainer's not actually a priest. Sorry, I wouldn't kill him. I apologize. Thank you.
Right.
You're right, Travis. Sorry.
Right, and they're not wizards.
Sure.
So like
I know there's a lot of people who run a lot of small wizards and priests and crap now.
It's true. But at the same time, like I also think that we're gonna live in a world like again, I agree that 150 seems to be low for the effects.
Sure.
I would also say that I think like 190, and you may not see her very often at 10% of your army as a passive buff that does nothing else.
All right.
No mortals, no.
Yeah. I know.
Not to belabor this too long. We've probably spent enough time on her. Obviously, she's strong. We can all agree on that. There we go. Okay. I want to cut this off because we got too much more to talk about. We got like 40 more War Scrolls.
This is the point to quibble, is the buffs. How much are we ticking up the buff pieces? That's
Right,
the point.
and that's the pieces. We're going to come to the more egregious guy in a minute. All right, flagellants. They're 100 for 10. They are battle line with her. She's what makes them battle line. They make a bunch of attacks very averagely, and when they're slain on a 5-up, they do a mortal wound to a unit within 3 inches. So they only have a 6-up base save. People will try the flagellant spammy army in Vindicarum or whatever. Like, this will be tried, especially with her in the mix, like giving them a 5-up ward, because a 5-up ward and a 5-up rally means they do actually stand a very decent chance of just becoming zombies. The difference is they are far more expensive than zombies, like way more expensive than zombies. And so
but
somehow that's true.
But with Vedra, she can put them back in combat.
This is true. So can yes, she can. Doesn't Vindicarum do that as well? Where's it at? Yeah, Vindicarum can do that as well. So, oops.
Right, but that's rallying on a 5.
Sure, no, she can rally him on a 4. No, it's great. Absolutely. It's even better. Yeah, 100%. And yes, Devin, I agree with you. That's who we're going to get to. I mean, the difference here is, like I said, the difference between flagellants and zombies is massive, and that somehow zombies are still, like, horrendously undercosted. These guys are 100 for 10. Zombies are 130 for 20. I don't, and they regen half their unit when they die. I don't understand the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, zombies are still straight busted sideways, and yet here we are. Okay, cool. Free Guild Marshal and Griffin. Tyler, you want to talk about this guy? You're a fan of this guy. Give us a little breakdown here.
14-inch move, fantastic. 15 wounds, 4-up save, pretty solid. You got 3 options: Rune Sword, Great Hammer, or Lance. I really like the Lance. So charging Lance, you get a extra damage and extra pip of rend on the charge. You got a 2-inch reach on the Lance, 4 attacks, 3s and 3s. That's going to be -2, 3 damage. I mentioned the Sigmarite Warhammer artifact combination, so that'll take that up to -3 rend, 4 damage, or a very lovely -4 rend on the counter charge with all of this going off.
Yeah, I need the sign to tap. I need to be able to tap the sign. Remember counter charge. Yep.
Yeah. And yeah, just at least when I went through this book today, I was, as I mentioned earlier, noticing a little low on the mobile hammer options. Drakespawn Knights, Free Guild Cavaliers, Free Guild Marshal on Griffin, I think fills that slot very nicely as part of balancing a list. And yeah, I really love this guy. 270. Piercing Blood Roar, he can do 2 roars.
Mm-hmm.
When you
Can you do the best monstrous rampage of the game twice? Seems good.
Yep. And then Tom, I'll just take it away. When orders are given to heroes, he can give 2 orders instead of 1. Each order must be different. What do you think, Tom?
I'd be happier if he was on a 3-up save.
Sure, that would be a fair amount more expensive War Scroll, though.
Yeah, he lost his old have a shield and get a 3-up save option that he used to have. But he's good. At 270, I like him. That's the right points cost for this guy. He is a little bit fragile, but he does a lot of stuff. Like, he's got some cool tricks going on. The double order thing's fun. He is very mobile. He can do some real damage.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking somebody more Orgotsy, right? Like, and like he doesn't have a ward save, and he's on a 4-up base save. Like that, like he will get removed quickly.
Yeah,
well, again, your point might apply with how this army. So one straightforward way this army, like you read the book, right? The new model side. This army says, castle early, shoot the hell out of your opponent. Basically, it's kind of like a Techless Sentinels type of build.
Yeah.
It also has some of these mobile pieces. I mean, Techless Sentinels build kind of some mobile pieces, but a piece like this is going to break out, right? You keep it protected through the return fire trick to where you don't want to shoot it. So now you're relying on magic or AoE, which is not going to be enough, right? And then it breaks out later in the game.
Yeah, it can act a little bit like a Distraction Carnifex at 270, honestly. Like, it can be threatening enough. It can stand off the side. It has the countercharge capability. The double orders mean you can always kind of keep the countercharge in the pocket on him and still have the other one, still have, like, return fire or something else you need there. So you can be rocking with both options, which is nice. Yeah, I think he's an interesting piece. I don't think he's like an auto-include, but I think he's got some tech. I think he's got some play.
Yeah.
Potentially, really, various ways to get bonus movement. You know, the +3, potentially +2 from Sinestra, potentially Wild Form. Yeah, ways to get really fast, really quick. Misthaven.
Yep. Okay, cool. He's good. Free Guild Marshal and Relic Envoy. This is the new guy on foot. This is like a huge page for this. It's so funny. Okay. He's a dude. He's a dude with a 3-up save and 5 wounds. But his important thing is the little guy that's with him that isn't actually a guy. At the start of your hero phase, you must choose for this unit's Relic Envoy to attend to the Marshal or deliver a message. If you choose for him to attend, you can carry out a heroic action with this unit in addition to any other unit you carry out a heroic action with. So he can't do 2, but he gets to do 1 in addition. If you choose for the Relic Envoy to deliver a message, you pick one of the friendly Cities of Sigmar unit wholly within 12 of this unit until the start of your next hero phase. The next time that unit receives a command point is not spent. And then the designer's note just says, hey, this other dude isn't real. You can just use him as a placeholder. It's fine.
Right.
And then Rousing Speech, he has a heroic action he can use once per battle, where he can pick up to 3 friendly Cities of Sigmar human units wholly within 18 inches of this unit. For each unit picked, roll 2d6. If the score is less than or equal to that unit's bravery, till the end of that turn, models in that unit count as 2 models for the purposes of contesting objectives. Cool. This guy's fine. Like, at 90 points, he's fine.
Yeah. He's where I like to be at 90.
Yeah, sure. Like, he does stuff. It's cool.
Yep. I am gonna have to step out, gentlemen.
That's fine, buddy.
Yep. It looks like a good book.
You hung in as long as you could.
I
All
tried.
right. Do you want to see? Hold on here. Let's. I want to. Where are they? I'm gonna jump ahead here, Tom. Before you leave, I want to do this scroll with you. Okay, and then we'll go back.
Sure.
Then then go. I want to talk about the Free Guild Command Corps. We're just gonna jump right ahead to these guys. Okay.
Sure.
So, let me just state right out of the gate, I hate all units like this forever and ever. I hate them. I hate these grab bag lunatic units. I hate Gobapalooza. I hate these guys. I hate grab bag units full of nonsense where I've got to be like, which one is this? Which one are you removing? What does he do? What does this one do? What does this one do? Why is this thing 5 different packs of rules in a tiny 5 wound or 5 model thing? Hate them, hate them, hate them. Please stop doing this. The increase in complexity in what you put on the board is insane. I hate fighting against armies that have this crap. Okay.
At least it's a totem.
Yes. Now, while it has this little Great Herald, it's a totem, in addition to everything else. This is a 170-point menagerie of idiots that they must have crafted for, like, something. Who knows why the studio made these? Some weird Underworld's warband.
I would say it is an Underworld's warband. You know that's what it was.
Okay. Now, rules-wise, these guys are, like, really good. But, like, I hate crap like this.
Yep.
Okay. The Marshal's Retinue. At the start of the first battle round, before determining who has the first turn, you can pick one friendly Free Guild Marshal and Relic Envoy on the battlefield for this unit to be assigned to. You can't pick the same one more than once. That Free Guild Marshal has a ward of 4+, so that's the previous guy we just looked at. That's one of the reasons I want to jump here, is because this is kind of ends up being his retinue, right? Yeah. But that's not really the reason you take these. Okay. Now, Sawbones. You can only use this ability while this unit has a War Surgeon. At the end of your hero phase, you can pick up to 3 friendly Cities of Sigmar human units wholly within 12 of this unit. You can either heal a D3 or return D3 models.
Yep.
Okay, so here's some model restoration. Pretty good.
Yep.
Dispatch Spies. If you have the Whisper Blade, that's the cool person with the red, or with the face mask in the art that's red, but black in the painting.
Yep.
It should have been red. It looks so much cooler with red. Looks like Storm Shadow over here. You can only use this ability while this unit has a Whisper Blade. Once per turn, when an enemy unit issues a command, you can say the Whisper Blade will attempt to disrupt it. If you do so, roll a die. On a 4+, that command is not received. And the command point is still issued and they can't do it again. So, super powerful, super strong. Like, obviously a crazy unit. Very annoying to deal with that. Sound the Advance. When you have a Great Herald, you can add 1 to run and charge rolls for friendly Cities of Sigmar human units while they're wholly within 12 of any friendly units that have a Great Herald. In addition, when a friendly Cities of Sigmar human unit wholly within 12 of any friendly units that have a Great Herald retreats, you can add D3 inches to their move characteristic of all models in that unit until the end of that phase. 2 very strong abilities, +1 to run, charge, and plus D3 to retreat. All very strong. And then Tune of the Corpus Somni. Okay, sure. What does the little dog do? Why doesn't he have special abilities? Keep it rolling. What the dog does is add extra wounds. All right. Tune of the Corpus Somni. You can only use this ability while this unit has a Soul Shepherd. In the Battle Shock phase, each time a model would flee from a Cities of Sigmar human unit while that friendly unit is wholly within 12 of this unit, roll a die on a 4+. That model does not flee. The same unit cannot be affected by this ability more than once in the same phase. This is the trick I was talking about earlier. If you do take that one command trait, now you effectively have 2 bites at the apple on a 4-up. It's not actually Battle Shock immunity, but it cuts it by effectively 75%. So, like, you just don't really care. Not many people will ever run. I don't think it actually matters. It's not that big a deal. But this guy is really, really strong. This is obviously super strong. We mentioned Hallowheart. So your 3 wizards that are sitting there blowing themselves up every round. Take D3 mortals, heal D3 wounds. If they're near, because you get to pick 3 units to Sawbones. If you happen to be near the Pontifex, you probably took less than what's getting restored anyways, so all your casters can just run it, like full send it every round. Full send, full send, full send. We're going hot. Everybody's rolling 3. Let's go. Pretty cool. That's what these guys do. I wanted to get your take on these guys, Tom, before you bounced on this grab bag Insano unit. What do you think of this thing?
It's racist.
Sure.
And I want to paint it.
It is pretty cool. It's a cool looking unit.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I think that out of, like, from a rule standpoint, it ends up being functionally a bodyguarding unit for your and I use that loosely, obviously, with that 4-up ward, for your free guild marshal, right? Because it's going to stand near him, and it's made of 6 models technically, right?
Yeah,
It's not
1
a hero.
Arch Knight, 1 Whisperblade, 1 Great Herald, 1 War Surgeon, 1 Soul Herald, and 1 Mascot Gargoylian.
Right, and it's not a it's not a hero. So technically it would grant Lookout Sir 2 heroes nearby. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it's actually going to give some nice bennies to that free guild marshal with the 4-up save and Lookout Sir. I mean, I think that it's going to make them army wonderfully non-mobile, because everybody's going to want to be within range of these idiots' buffs.
Sure.
And it's gonna pull everything in.
Sure.
And so, like, I love this, and yet you're forcing yourself to castle is what this is.
Sure. Which I think will be the sort of de facto build when we start. Like, I really think this will end up with a lot of castle builds that go heavy shooting and have, like, this pack of morons in the middle, right? So they can just fire off tons of magic and, like, heal their Fusiliers, and that's it. And that's the plan, right? And, like, technically, it doesn't have you can't affect a unit multiple times with Sawbones right now. So, like, you can take 2 of these guys, I believe, because I don't think they actually have the single keyword. Or, sorry, unique keyword, I'm sorry. Nope, just single, not unique. And so, like, you know, these dum-dums you can just have 2 of these packs. It's just like a wild D&D party. 2 of them just hanging out in the middle of your group, just doing nonsense. So.
Yeah. It's nice.
Yep. So, yeah, I just thought I wanted to cover that before you go. Okay, Tom, you're good. We can go back to where we were now.
See you, buddy.
Bye,
Have a
friends.
good night, buddy. Now for one of my favorite models. Oh, go ahead, Tyler. Yeah.
Playing on the Free Guild Command Core,
Yeah.
I know we're anti talking book battle tactics on this show, but there is, of course, a battle tactic that these guys help you with. So if you control an objective previously controlled by your opponent with Great Heralds as part of the Guild Command Core. So another reason to take this unit. I get your point, though, about the insane complexity that a unit like this adds to the game and to an army.
It just makes me want to literally shoot it with everything. Just kill it.
Yeah.
Just burn it with fire. Just like, I will attack this thing. I see red when I see goofball units like this. Free Guild Cavalier Marshal. Love this fig so much. This is a really cool design on this guy, too. He's 120 points, 7 wounds on a 3-up save. Looks like a hoss. Does have a little pistol attack, which I love because he got that pistol on the hilt or on the horse. When he uses Finest Hour, he also gets +3 to charge, and all friendly Free Guild Cavaliers get that bonus as well. Whoa!
Big. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that rule. Like, I love the writing of that rule. It's so cool.
That is a great rule.
The interplay with Finest Day, and yeah.
Yes, have your best day ever, and you and your horses, like, ride now. Right? Now for wrath, now for ruin. Absolutely. Man, that's
and again,
awesome.
like that's like we're at like 4 or 5 levels on our stack here, right?
Sure.
Gustaven and Zenestra and the +3, but like, yeah, it's great. Wild form.
Oh, I can
Dude.
tap the sign here again because there's no reason you couldn't find a tower in the enemy phase and then orders and charge and countercharge and yada yada. Okay.
Yeah.
So tap the sign.
Yeah.
And then he also has run down the foe. He strikes first, and he also pulls in Free Guild Cavaliers. So pretty great. He charges and makes them charge farther and is awesome. Like, if you are looking at an Excelsius build, man, this dude is in your list instantaneously and doing awesome things. So now you're charging with him pretty much automatically. You're charging with the Riders pretty much automatically. You're getting in there. Those 2 units are both ASF, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then after they fight, they're mortal wound, or the Cavaliers are mortal wound shocking the enemy. That's a scary hard hit.
Yeah. And like you said, the sign is up with the counter charge here with the -3 rends on the counter charge, and they would be fighting first. If this guy gets in and the Cavaliers get in, 2 units will be fighting first before the opponent even gets to fight when they've just charged into you. So yeah, I mean, you know, some situations gonna be hard to set that up, but if you can execute it, yeah, it's gonna get scary quick.
Yep, agreed. I like this dude a lot. I like the mounted thing. As I said, I think when we get to the actual Free Guild Cavaliers, that there's a big problem with them, but I still think it's cool. Alchemite Warforger, the most undercosted unit in the book, and fighting for most undercosted unit currently in the game. He has attacks. They don't matter. He's a wizard. Who cares? You're never going to cast spells with him. At the start of your hero phase, you can either stoke or expend the power. Yeah, stoke that power, baby. If he stokes it, he gets +1 to cast. That's fine. You're not doing that. But if you expend it, which you can do any number of times, which is nice. Apparently you're not really expending it, so that's fun. Then he can't cast any spells, but until the start of your next hero phase, you add 1 to save rolls for friendly Cities of Sigmar human units while they are wholly within 12 inches of this unit. I really need that, like, guy falling down the side of the trailer meme that Halo uses on his stream. I need to be able to pop that up because it would happen right now. It's an incredible ability. Mystic Shield everybody within 12 inches of him. Now they do have to stay wholly within 12, so he's got to keep up the line.
Sure. It's written that allows you to stack it. Right now, if you have 2 of these, you could stack 2 of it, as far as I can tell.
Yep.
Lovely.
That I'm assuming that will be corrected relatively quickly, but you are right. Right now it can.
Oh.
Yes. That is a wild ability. Because yes, it's written and he's pointed like as though you do this once a game, but you don't. You do this every round. So if that gets FAQ'd to be once a game, I might be back on board here. But we haven't mentioned this spell yet.
Vince.
Yeah.
Stormcast players around the world, you know, including you, we pay 160 points for one guy. We've been doing it for a very long time, my friend, who does this on one unit, and he's still in all kinds of lists. We love this guy.
Now, on the flip side, he can buff them and then they can go off.
That's true. That's
right.
True.
But like, it seems a fair trade to say, well, you can't leave, but it's everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
And it
So
stacks.
70 points cheaper. Yeah.
Like, these guys are way too good. He also has a really good spell, which is a shame because he won't cast it. But it is a good spell.
It's a great spell. I can see people casting this.
Sure. It's a cast on 7, range of 12. You get to pick a friendly Cities of Sigmar human unit. Have blazing weapons. 420 blaze it, baby. While they have blazing weapons, each unmodified hit roll of 6 for an attack made by that unit causes 1 mortal wound to the target in addition to doing any damage it inflicts. No, I say that as a joke. But, like, honestly, flipping over, like, depending on the particular round or what's going on in the game state, flipping to +1 to cast and then firing this off is also completely viable. Because Tyler, this isn't melee attacks.
I know. Yep. I got to experience it the other day.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, Fusiliers.
Yeah,
Clowns.
Devin says, oh, he will because you take multiple of them. Sure. Yeah, I mean, realistically, if you've got 2 of these guys, you like, one puts the shield up, and then one just sits there and stokes the Fusiliers for mortal wounds on a 6. In addition. And that's on the hit roll, baby. That's on the hit roll. So, yeah.
How many points should we actually be paying for this, fella? Yes, I agree.
Oh,
with
by the
you,
way, yes,
so-
I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, you're correct, Weekend Decadent. Yes, I'm sorry. The spell is even better. Because, Tyler, I'm sorry. I made it sound like the spell was you pick 1 unit and do that. It's not.
Oh,
Just like his
sure.
other thing, it's all units within 12. So in case you've got multiple units of Fusiliers, or the, I don't know, like, whatever, sure, your cannon also does some bonus mortal wounds or whatever, just for funsies. You know, it's cool. Why not? Like, everything that shoots does bonus mortal wounds. Yeah, you can roll 6s on any of them, Tyler.
Yeah.
This guy is at least 150, 160
Wow.
points, maybe more.
Oh, really? You'd go that
If
high?
nothing gets eroded, if this stays exactly as it is, okay? Like, if nothing else on this scroll changes, yeah, this dude's like 100, 160. Now, I could wheel back on that if we say, like, the save doesn't stack, or, you know, like, if other errata goes in there, he's 160, like, baseline with no other rules changes. This dude is wild.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely at 120, probably 130. I'm not sure. Like I said, this to me, starting with Sinestra and Warforger, is where we are looking at potential point changes. But how hard are we going in on this? Because when I wrote my first list, the list didn't feel too off. But of course, I was writing the more friendly variety pack, list, not the
Yeah,
skew list.
you didn't push the skew that we will actually see in most tournaments. You wrote a
Right.
Tyler list.
Exactly. So it's With
Yeah.
that in mind, he probably has to go up more. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he is, again, I'm saying this all without rules changes. What I'd actually rather see is the logical rules changes happen here, and then we don't have to, like, breakneck the points up that far.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just start to worry with this army. Yeah, if you're hitting the buff units too much, that you're.
I
you're
get it,
scaling
but,
things.
like, this is easy sunk cost fallacy, where because we're starting at 90, you're like, well, we can't move it too far.
Sure.
Sure we can. We can move it to anywhere it should be, right? That's where it should
Yeah.
be moved. Doesn't matter what it is now. Okay? Like, what if they had put 30 points on there? Could we only move him up to 90?
And the guy's written as like a 130 point unit easily to me. Easily. I have 5 wounds, 5 up save.
Sure. Like,
I mean, I could see going higher, but yeah, I don't know.
Like, this dude is wild good. The fact that both of his ridiculous buffs are just AoEs that hit every unit in range, and they're both really, really good. Now, given they are mutually exclusive, or he can't do both of them, right? A single one can't do both of them. But 2 of them can, and at the current points cost, that's very achievable.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's this.
Oh, he can
like
give
this,
orders, too, by the way.
Yeah.
And 3d6 casts in Hallowheart. Like, all of that is still true.
the number one thing on the board if you want to compete against this army is have ways to nuke small heroes. That is often an answer right now in the state of this game, which
Sure.
I find frustrating. I don't know, it's a different conversation, right? But
Sure.
that's kind of where we are with a lot of these armies, right? It's like,
Sure.
do I have a way to AoE nuke off? And if I do, then my gameplay is a lot different. If I don't, and I'm like a melee army, I'm going to be facing a number of different, very difficult games if I don't
100%.
actually get into these here. It's just like a weird game state that we're in right now with this stuff. And this guy really expresses it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree. Devin Cortman said best hero in the book, and it's the cheapest. Yeah, I agree. Yep. We need someone who isn't going to play this army on the panel. I'm not going to play this army. I don't play. I have a Cities army. I'm not. I'll play it a few times just to test it because I always try to take every book out for a test. Normally I like to do it before we do these review shows. I just didn't get a chance because of Nova and everything. I would have played it last weekend. But I'm not going to play it. I'll play against this army all the time because my buddy's been like hitting me up constantly like, yo, when we play next, I want to get this city stuff on the table. I'm sure you do, buddy. Okay. Battle Mage. 100 points. The fact that this guy's more expensive than the past guy. Just like...
Sure.
the-
Right.
I don't know if you know who Brian Regan is. He's a comedian. And he's
Yeah.
like... He's a great comedian. And he talks about how like he was looking at he likes reading the information, like the nutrition information on the side of something. He's looking at he's like, I was eating a pint of ice cream the other day. Of course I'm eating the whole pint. I look at the side. I look at the serving size. And the serving size says half a cup. Half a cup. Who eats a half a cup of ice cream? I eat like a serving size is when your spoon scrapes the bottom of the package, right?
Sure.
He's like, who put half a cup on there? They put that on there as a joke? Like somebody put it on there and it's just like, yeah, look at that. I put half a cup on there and they're all going out like that. Put that on there as a joke. This
That's
being
true.
100 when the other guy's 90 is this being shipped out as a joke.
Right.
He's a single cast wizard. He can do a bunch of different things. The most common one people will take will be the Ancient Grimoire for just the simple +1 to casting rolls. But, you know.
Yeah. It's fun. Yeah. I mean, I like the rules writing on this. It's neat.
Sure.
But,
Followed secondly by the way, the Realmstone Orb with the +6 to the range of your
Just the
spells.
range. Right.
Yep. Which are both really, really good.
Yep. This guy in Hellheart with the built-in bonuses to cast and getting your extra range. Pretty nice piece.
Yep. Battle Mage is your only access to Paul Miasma. Yeah, I think that's correct. Yep. Because
Only access to what?
I said why couldn't the because the Alchemite Warforger has to take Transmutation of Lead. The other guys have to take the light wizards have to take the other spells. They're locked in.
Oh,
He
shoot.
can take anything.
I made a screw up in my list then. I missed that part, the Collegiate Arcane. Transmutation
Okay.
Lead. I had one with Wild Form. Okay,
No, yeah,
that's good
he
to
has to take Transmutation of Lead if he takes a spell.
Sure.
It's okay. Yes, correct. I knew that I had seen that restriction and then forgot all about it. But yeah, I mean, Battle Mage is fine. It's Battle Mage. It's always been classic. It's your 100-point wizard. He dies to a stiff breeze, but he's good. He does magics. Cool. All right, Battle Mage on Griffin. This guy, by the way, is locked to Wild Form because he's the Beast Wizard. I hate this guy.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, am I missing something? A combination? He wasn't getting there for me either. Like, I mean, he's relatively cheap. 15 wounds 4 up, but yeah, just not really doing enough. I think if he were a 2 spell cast, 2 unbind, then that would be notable. But
Sure.
he's just 1. He
Yeah, I
wasn't,
mean-
I don't know. If anybody, in the chat has any thoughts on this guy, I couldn't figure out why he would not get off the bench.
No, he's bad. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. He's bad. Just
All
take
right,
just
fair
take a regular Battle Mage for Wild Form. You don't need this guy. Okay.
Yeah, with the slot that he would be in, I don't see him fulfilling right. Like, you're not going to take him as your hammer. You're not going to spend the money on him as a wizard.
He does bad damage. He's not very survivable. He has no special abilities to speak of that are valuable. Nope, he's just an overcosted 250-point wizard. All right. Battle Mage on Celestial Huracanum, and then the Celestial Huracanum itself. Obviously, the first one's a hero. The second one is just the thing. This wizard is locked to Twin-Tailed Comet, which is unfortunate. Like, super unfortunate. Weekend Decadent says, why is the bird with 2 heads not the one with double roar?
Love
That's
that.
a really good question. So this thing is really good. It's like really, really good. The Celestial Huracanum. It's really, really good.
Is it? That's the claim I've been hearing.
Okay, in the hero phase.
Oh.
The hero phase.
Get it?
You can pick one enemy unit within 18 inches of this unit and roll a number of dice equal to the number of the current battle round. For each roll of 2+, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. So that escalates quickly. Okay.
Yeah.
And then he also is a giant, no, I should say giant. That's not fair. He is a reasonable sized bubble of +1 to hit. It's 9 inches,
Yeah.
wholly within 9.
9.
He is a big base. He's on a chariot base. And then he's got Chain Lightning, which is a pretty decent spell. Which is good, because you don't want to cast stupid Twin-Tailed Comet, so you can cast this spell instead. Which is nice.
But yeah, I know there's a lot of hype around the Huracanum.
I don't think he's underpointed. I just think he's really good. I think this is probably the correct
Yeah.
amount of points for this dude. It's 12 wounds on a 4-up save with no ward. I think this is the correct amount of points. I'm just saying I think he's really good. Like things can be really good without being bent.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of folks think that this guy's bent, like the idea of spamming them and blah blah. I mean, like taking 3 of the Huracanums, right? That's 230, 460, 690, 700 points for 3 of these. By the time you're really going to turn that on, round 3 in particular, I don't know.
Oh, I mean, round 3
wonder
and
if
4,
have
if you manage
enough.
to keep this thing alive, it is doing damage.
Yeah.
Like, that's an average of 6 to 8 mortal wounds coming out of this thing. That ain't small.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. The TLDR on this. I think it's fine, it's good, but I don't think it's remotely busted. A lot of people thinking that this thing's like busted, it's underpriced, blah blah blah. I don't see that. I played against it. It was fine. Like
Yeah.
the,
Like,
the
I
game
just,
was the game was
I think it's
dictated in
fine.
round 3.
Sure. I think
A lot of
fine.
AOS games are over in round 3.
Correct.
Better or worse right now, right? So
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, and if this thing is surviving into round 4 and 5, you've either already lost or you have bad target prioritization. I would say, like you've potentially done something wrong. This thing is going to be a magnet for trying to go down.
You are right, cool. I should have said per turn. The fact it's in both hero phases is really strong. Like, I don't want to understate that. It's really strong. And it
Yeah.
ignores Lookout Star and all that, so it can just, like, from round 3 on, it is going to just start executing any small hero in range.
Yeah, I get all that. I just feel
Like, they're just
you
dead.
should have yeah, like to me, this is going to be a high target priority.
Yeah.
Not
But again, it is fragile.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it. That's why I'm okay with it. I think maybe it could be like 270, 280. Like, it doesn't feel off. Like, maybe a tiny points adjustment. Tiny. But, like, it's good. Like, it does a cool thing. It can issue an order. It's fine. Like, it doesn't do any actual damage, and you don't want to ever get in a fight. And it counts as 2 models on an objective. So, like, it has a lot of obvious weaknesses, right? Like, to be fair, all right?
Right.
But, man, it's a scary glass cannon. But I like glass cannons. I think glass cannons are
totally.
cool. You
Yeah,
know, there's
absolutely.
plenty of counterplay that'll just tear this thing off the board.
Yeah, and it's 1 unit. I mean, I'm thinking about like what this thing used to do. It wasn't 1 unit previously. Like I think there's an argument that it used to be even better than this. I can't remember all the details, but Storm of Shimtek used to be really
Well,
good.
it used to be 3 bolts, and
bolt-
it would go down as it got wounded and stuff like that. So
Okay. Yeah.
you got 3 bolts, 2 bolts, 1 bolt. So, like, obviously you could focus those bolts up or split them around and stuff like that. So now you have to wait till the middle of the game to kind of get to the same damage point, but in the late game you're way stronger. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
fine.
it'd be interesting to see people make it work with like 3 of these things. I have a hard time seeing it, but then I'm often not the best person to be. I don't think about spam list and skew list, obviously, as Vince, you know. So like that's one of my blind spots. It tends to be is I just have 0 interest in lists like that, even though they're often really strong.
Sure.
So
I understand.
yeah.
I understand. And the regular Celestial Arcana was like fine at 230. I don't know that I take that, honestly. I think I'd rather have the Wizard because I actually really like what Chain Lightning does to add to that ability. I mean, if I was going to take a second one, maybe the 2-pack of the two of them together for 490, maybe that's a decent play, like a regular Huracanum and then a Huracanum on Blatomage, maybe. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about I haven't charted out lists yet. I will say the one list I am going to play. I shouldn't say I'm not going to play this army because I am going to play the Steam Tank thing because the Steam Tank thing is really funny and I have a ton of Steam Tanks. So I guess I will play that. But I'm not going to play any serious version of this army. Let me say it that way. I'm going to play the meme version of this army for giggles in Lethis where I turn all my Steam Tank commanders into priests because it's just hilarious to me. Like we're just walking around chanting. Just maybe I'll make that army just as a fun joke. Do some like religious themed Steam Tanks. Okay.
You're literally. I never realized how much more. You remember Travis was on the show last year talking about Vault Wars. Travis and you have apparently a lot of similar tastes. And he literally ran like Steam Tanks and Lethis. That's what he loves.
I like silly things ultimately when it comes down to it, Tyler. Like we talk about this. Like I'm trying to evaluate these things for what's bad or good or stuff like that or broken or all those kinds of things. Right. But it's almost just like you. It's almost never the stuff I actually play, right? The stuff I mean, right. You've been to plenty of tournaments with me. You know I was rocking Karzai and stuff in years where that was not the optimal choice because I think that the big giant dragon was cool, right? I play this stuff I think is cool. That's what people should play. Like whatever. Battle Mage on Luminarch of Hyish. This guy has Foz protection built in automatically, which is cool. So this guy gives a 6-up ward within 9 inches, and then he still has his searing beam, the big laser cannon searing beam. Pew pew pew. Cool. Okay.
This guy doing much for you?
It's all right. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's a big range. It's a big range beam. Ignores Lookout Sir again. You just pick a point, zap right through there. Can be a pretty interesting combination, but I think I'd probably rather just take the Huracanum. I don't think the ultimate differences between 30 and 18 are going to be that meaningful that often outside of the top of one, but maybe.
My main thought was what you already mentioned. Take this in Living City and try to get that perfect lineup.
Sure.
Optimize, getting that straight line with as much as possible. I mean,
the old classic. Yep. The old classic. Shooting down the line. He has a fun spell against horde units. He has like a pretty decent horde breaker, so it's okay.
Yeah. Absolutely. Triple the number of mortal wounds if it's 20 or double if it's D3 and then double if it's 10 or more, triple it if it's 20 or more.
Yeah, I mean it's still only like 6 mortal wounds to a unit of zombies, so like okay, but it's cool.
Right.
It's decent, not good.
Right.
All right. Free Go Command Corps we already talked about. Steel Helms. Finally, we're into the troops, the guys. 1 wound, 4-up save, 10 of them for 100 points. They get 2 attacks each on 4s and 4s. No rend, 1 damage. They can double up effectively all-out attack or all-out defense. Which is neat. Like if you've got multiple units that have hold the line, you can issue to all of them, which is pretty cool. Obviously, these guys can actually become quite incredibly tanky if combined with, say, Alchemite Warforgers and an all-out defense command and all of that. You can get into some save stacking stuff, and even though they're on a 4-up base, they can still be quite survivable for what they are. They can consecrate an objective, and when they do so, they also get a 6-up ward. So they have to be contesting a thing alone, basically, and then hold that. So you can have them save stacked pretty decently with a 6-up ward. So they will be like decently hard to remove. They're not as tough as Ironbreakers, but in a unit of 20, they're pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they'll definitely see some play, particularly in 20s. And 20s and 10s could easily see that.
Sure.
As you said, save stacking and then Zenestra 5-up ward or the 6-up. They'll be pretty solid.
They also turn on like a million other things for Battle Line, by the by.
Yes. Yeah.
So like just starting with a unit of these is how most people are going to start, because then their Battle Line can just kind of be whatever they want from there, right? Is often what will happen. The Free Guild Cavaliers, 5 for 180. If they charge, they add 1 to the damage and 1 to the rend. So they go to 3 attacks, 3s, -2, 2 damage. These guys are the 3-up save base. These guys have a great profile. 10-inch move, right? The Arch Knight has this little special weapon, which is actually really good, like at 4 attack space and rend 2 damage.
One of the better like champion weapons I've ever seen on a profile.
Now,
It's
note
sweet.
that does not get the bonus on the charge.
Right.
It's just always what it is, right? Basically, he always has the charge bonus, is what's happening there. Plus a bonus attack. Like, he's a champion who just always gets the charge bonus. That's what's happening.
Right.
But, okay, here's my problem with these dudes. They're good, and we've talked about a lot of ways to buff them and do some cool things. I think all of that is true and fine and real. Okay? But in the end, they are 10 wounds for 180 points.
3-up save. I'm trying to think of some basis of comparison. I mean,
Well, the other easy comparisons for these guys are Chaos Knights and Blood Knights.
Yeah, 220.
Both of them are a little more expensive, right?
How much are Blood Knights right now? Do you know? 220 on Chaos Knights right now. But Chaos Knights are 15 wounds, not 10 wounds.
Correct.
So
and Blood Knights
that
are as
about-
well. I think Blood Knights are like 220, 230, something like that, somewhere in that space. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Pull it up as we're talking here, just for reference. But yeah, so you just think, what do you think they should be?
Maybe
Just
down
like
a little
down
bit.
20?
Yeah, down 20 is probably where it's going to be. I mean, they're like
Oh.
probably a 160 point unit.
Your 30 for Blood Knights, which, yeah, I know there's some feelings that maybe Blood Knights
and
are
there's
slightly.
are slightly too expensive. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's been the general principle, right? And that like actually that army's a bit out of whack on that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's my issue. 10 wounds for 180 points on, like, yeah, they have a decent save, but they're still going to die. Like, if you've ever played Chaos Knights, you know how easy it is to lift Chaos Knights off the board. Okay? Like, Chaos Knights die.
Yeah.
Right? They die a lot. And so, like, that's the challenge.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily convinced that they're overpriced, but there's a fair argument that they could be a little bit overpriced, but I don't think it's much.
I
maybe it's
agreed,
160.
and that like they're fine, they're good. Again, I don't want people to misunderstand me here, right? They are a good unit. They have a lot of synergies. I think they can absolutely wreck face, but they will often fall into the hit once and then die. Okay, thing.
Yeah,
They are eminently counterchargeable and liftable.
yes, yeah.
And if they get
I can
caught
see-
flat-footed, they're in trouble.
It is some list like 2 free guild cav marshals, and 2 units of these things, maybe a unit of 10, right? And you're just leaning into trying to get like quadruple activations before your opponent does anything.
Sure.
And maybe leaning into the counter charge, like early shooting,
And that's the
counter
key.
charging, and then later.
Combining them with the champion, combining them with the counter charge, like using them in the right way I think is actually a critical skill test for this army. This is the kind of place I like to see skill tests in armies, not
Sure.
in
Yeah.
interpreting and understanding and playing the secret order game. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
This kind of stuff, having a unit with a very clearly defined role, that it can actually excel quite well at that role. Like, these guys can do real good damage if used optimally.
Right.
Right? That's a good skill test unit in an army, because then you have to hold the piece, set up the piece, use the piece. Right?
Yep.
And so, like, you can get, and I agree, Devin, you can get well more than 180 points out of them if used correctly. If used poorly, they will die very badly and accomplish nothing. Right? They will absolutely operate at like 2 dark ends of a spectrum very often, right? Of just like punching way above their weight or just getting wiped and doing nothing.
Right.
As someone who's run a lot of Chaos Knights in their day, right? And that's a lot more wounds for near the same points.
Yeah.
Okay. So, there we go. Free Guild Fusiliers. Well, we had to get to here. Okay. The thing that most people will be spamming at the beginning. So this unit has their little fusel cannon. If they're in a fortified position, they make 2 attacks on 4s, neg 1 damage. You get 10 of them for 150 points. So you're getting 22 attacks out of the unit if they're in a fortified position, because the champion gets 2 extra attacks. Is that right? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Weird, but okay. Yeah.
Sure. Like, you're going to take that, not the bracer pistols. Don't get out of here. Like, they have to be in their fortified position to use the fortified position thing, which you want to very much do, which is why the movement thing is going to be so essential for them. Like, you have to, if they need to move, you got to have somebody near them with an order, obviously, right? And if these things live into round 3, you immediately go send for the resupply run, and then, whoa boy.
Yep.
Old Jed's a millionaire, because good lord, you actually get reroll hits. Reroll hits. Now, that's a rule I have not thought about for quite an age.
I know. That's where my mind went. Yep.
It's very easy to get these guys in all the ways we've talked about onto, 10 of them making 22 attacks on 3s and 3s, or 10 or 20 or 30, or, a unit, whatever. On to 3s and 3s, neg 1 damage. And if you really want, doing 6s on mortal wounds too. So if you want to think about like sort of what your optimal position is, let's put 30 of these guys together, okay, with an Alchemite Warforger general standing behind them, right?
Yep.
Who has taken the let's go weapons free command trait.
Yep.
And then has used the stoke and then put the spell up. And so now you are making 62 attacks out of this unit in a fortified position. Right? And you're going to roll on 3s and 3s. You'll pick up everything you'll get 10 mortal wounds on the initial roll. And then you'll re-roll everything that's not a 6, because it's not re-roll failed hits, it's just re-roll hits. So you'll re-roll 52 dice, and you'll get another, let's call it 9. Okay? And you'll hit with 30 of those, is that right? Roughly about 30 something, let's say 33. You'll wound with 22, so you'll resolve 22 wounds at rend 1-ish. I'm just doing this math off the top of my head, but it's somewhere in that space. And 19 mortal wounds on top of that.
Seems pretty good, man.
And that cost you 540 points. And you're doing that at a range of 27 inches, because of course you also have the scope. With an effective threat range of... so an effective 35-inch threat range with the move.
Let's see, 27, 32, and then plus 3, yeah, 30. Did you say 35? Yeah, 35. And
Yep.
if you get Sinestra's extra prayer, plus 2 at 37. So yeah,
Correct.
Wherever.
And yes, that is only in round 3 or later. Yes, that has to be in at least round 3. Because I was factoring in the reroll hits.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yep.
Powerful unit.
Yep. Yes, with move 8. Yeah, that's exactly what I was calculating. So you got a 35-inch threat range unit that can put out in round 3 19 mortals and 22 wounds on rend 1, and then in round 1 and 2 at the same threat range can put out 10 mortals and that is more than that. I didn't give enough actual hits because I discount those initial 10. I'm sorry. It's 30 wounds at rend 1, and then 10 mortals, and 30 wounds and 19 mortals. Basically, that's what happens, or something like that. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I would need to actually calc in the math. I'll try to do it, but I'm like doing this all the top of my head. But it's a lot.
So these guys embody, right, Vince, one of the main concerns with this book, with this army. When you combine the synergistic elements with this unit as the crux of everything, you quickly realize that it's a catch-22 trying to deal with a unit like this. I think with a well set up list and with a well executed game plan with a skilled person, right?
Sure.
You are disincentivized to shoot at it. You are arguably disincentivized to charge it. You're going to potentially be facing counter charges. That can be difficult to set up at times. It's going to be even more powerful late into the game. Just a number of these layers, that this War Scroll is at the center of, that could really make this army a nightmare. It reminds me, like I said a while back, man, it reminds me so much of Teclis and the Sentinels.
Yep.
In the way that I see these pieces functioning, but also now adding in countercharging with the commands, and countercharging that could fight first with multiple activations in the Frequent Marshal and the Cavaliers. And there's probably things that I haven't even thought about yet that could potentially go off. So yeah, it very well could be quite a problem at this current point value.
All right, were you ready for the stats, Tyler? I was running the stats while you were talking. Here we go, everybody. Here's the stats. Let's talk about average damage. This unit in Battle Round 3 on, like if in Battle Round 3, if you do the resupply run, right? So when you do the resupply run, against a 2-up save, this unit has an average damage of 26. Against a 4-up save, it is 38. A 5-up save, it's 44, and a 6-up save, it's 50. That's damage after resolution, after saves, after everything. Right? So against your average unit in the game, in round 3, a unit of 30 of these will do an average of basically 40 damage to a 4-up save unit. So, that's pretty good.
Right, dude? Like, we have already been here in this game over far too long with Teclis and the Sentinels.
Mm-hmm. Now, if we bin off the reroll hits, if we just talk, you're saying, Vince, but that's the optimal scenario. You only get to do the resupply run once. These guys are fine. Sure, let's calc them out just with the every other round. Okay, so no reroll hits. Then they only do a paltry 30 damage to a 4-up save unit. Nothing. Basically 0. 30 damage, basically nothing.
Sure.
It's fine. So yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
And keep in mind they can, be returning fire and firing off turn. Like I don't know how you shoot at anything near these guys. You just don't.
That's what, as you were doing that, that's what I was saying. Obviously, you were running the numbers, but that's what I was trying to lay out, right? We have already, I keep emphasizing Teclis and the Sentinels because that's, at least in my mind, is the comp to the combination of elements that we're looking at here with the obvious list design. But now with countercharging that can potentially fight first with multiple units and hit you really hard. Like, if I'm a Slaves of Darkness, Knights of the Empty Throne, 12 Vanguard, 10 Knights, and I'm just trying to run into this and smash it, I'm going to get countercharged. I'm going to get Unleash Held. They're going to have multiple layers of screens.
Oh, sure.
Right. Like, it's just something like this. I don't know. I'd have to see it, but I would fear that the combination of variables just says, this is already the pattern. We've seen this pattern before.
Yep.
We're now just going to see it again. And it's a terrible way to play the game. Like,
sure.
Teclis and the Sentinels was such a boring play experience because it's monotonous. It's 1 or 0. It's yes or no a lot of the times against a list like that.
Yeah. I mean, and Tyler, let's just keep going with the stats just for a moment. Let's say, but Vince, you're being unfair. Only one unit gets the +1 to hit and wound. Good point, Tyler. Okay, so let's say for the other unit of 30, you're rocking 2 units of 30 now, right? Okay, and so that's there. Yeah, you got the 2 units of 30. So in this case, they go to 24 damage. So your primary unit, you get 30 out of. The secondary unit, you get 24 out of. Against the 4-up save. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Obviously, we're going to see a unit of 30 and a ton of lists. I'll be interested to see if we see 60 to start out, or even 50 to start out. Maybe.
Sure.
But I mean, again, it's just 30 sentinels, 15 bows. It's that
sixes to
pattern
hit
for me.
mortals at 27 inches. We've been down this road. It's terrible. And by the way, yes,
Yeah,
these
yeah.
guys, as Devin's right, these guys are also ethereal against shooting weapons.
Right.
And they're on
Yeah,
a 4
that's
up
what
save.
you can't shoot. Yeah, even if you're not worried about getting counter shot.
Not that they should ever be shot by missile weapons, ever.
Right, exactly. You're not going to do anything to them in the first place.
Right.
Yeah, on a 4 up and a 5 up.
Can you fit 2
3
units of 30 in the
up.
12-inch bubble? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Easily. Easily.
It'll be,
that is so
it'll be a-
much space, Branu. It's like so much space. It is wild, the actual area of how that works out. Yes. You could fit 4 units of 30 in a 12-inch bubble. I mean, you're not going to need to, but you could, mathematically.
It'll be a 3 up save and a 5 up board because you're able to benefit from all that defense with 5 position, right? It just ignore negative modifiers. You can benefit from positive.
Yeah, but you're
modifiers.
using all out attack, so I mean, sure. It depends, I guess, what phase. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Different phase, different thing. I mean, blah blah blah. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yes, you have super ethereal. Correct. You can still get bonuses.
Yeah.
You just
So,
can't suffer
yeah.
negatives. Can the resupply action be canceled or stopped? No. It is just a thing that the player gets to choose to do. There is no interaction for it.
Right.
And in that round, God help you if you're still alive and anywhere near these things. May God have mercy on your soul, because the free-healed Fusiliers will not. Okay.
So yes, this is the primary problem point with the book, as well as potentially one clearly undercosted, potentially 2 undercosted buff pieces in Zenestra and Warforger. Yeah.
Yep. Fusil Major on Ogre Warhulk. 8 wounds, 3 up. This is a hero guy. He's
Yep.
also a Castellite. He's a crack shot. If his long Fusilier gets 3 attacks, 3 3s, neg 1 d3. If he rolls a 6 to hit, he's attempted a crack shot. If you do so, the attack sequence ends. After all of this unit's attacks have been resolved, you can roll a dice for each crack shot it attempted. For each roll that is at least double the target's wound characteristic, pick 1 model from the unit to be slain. It's fun. It's a neat thing you can do. So you can kill specific models. Normally we have to be in melee to get this kind of ability. To get the kill the champion, banner bearer, type of thing. So that's fun. It's very
fun.
random, but it's fun.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, it's too random. Yeah, not
Sure,
great
of course.
rule writing.
It's not a thing you bank on, but cool, neat. It's just neat. Start of your shooting phase, you can pick 1 friendly Castlight unit wholly within 12 of this unit and roll a dice. Till the end of this phase, the range characteristic of that unit's missile weapons is increased by a number of inches equal to the roll. Same unit cannot be affected by this ability more than once in the same phase. It's fine. You get another d6 inches onto the Fusilier's weapons just in case the 27-inch, 35-inch threat range wasn't enough. Let's get all the way up to 41. Just make sure you can never hide.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's fine. And then
they've got,
also in the fortified position.
This was the first war scroll that I came across just going through the book in order that I was very disappointed in. It's or at least on the other end. I mean, a little disappointed in the Fusiliers with what all you can do at that price point. But yeah, there's not a lot, at least competitively, not a lot of reason. I love the look of this unit, the idea of it. Amazing. 8 wounds, 3 up save, cool. Yeah, the shooting is off. The melee feels it's just off with that price, and especially the special rules are off. I don't see this getting much play except in fun list or whatever list.
Yeah, I mean it's
Not doing
neat.
anything.
He's like, he does some okay shooting damage is what happens, right? It's fine.
Yeah, you just take
And then
random-
like add some more range, but at this point, like, I don't
cares?
know how far we need to go here. I agree. Frogom said when this was spoiled, it made me think Cities was getting ogre units. I was so disappointed when I found out they were not. I agree. Where's the actual like ogre like unit? Like some mercenary ogres. Yeah, it's like, come on. We got this one guy. Doesn't have any friends. Poor dude. This poor ogre has to hang out in this city, this racist city. It's really unfortunate. He does actually get the ogre keyword though, which is very funny. Okay.
Yeah, that was a big miss for me, that war scroll.
Yeah, it's fine. Iron World Great Cannon, also Castellite, 150 points, 8 wounds, 4 up save. It's got its big cannonball. We had covered its shooting attack before. You can do the cannonball, the armor-piercing shell. You can get the big Rend 4 for wild D6 swing, or you can get the 4 up, 2 up, neg 2 Rend, but D3 plus 2, more reliable damage. And that's what this thing does. It has that. And then it can grape shot when you get close. You taking a great cannon on the list? You taking one cannon there, Tyler?
Yeah. No, I mean, no, they not at that price. They, of course, have historically struggled with these kinds of war scrolls, right? This has been, for a long time, they struggled with monsters. They got better with monsters. They still often struggle with the artillery pieces. To me, this one qualifies. I'm not sure what all exactly needs to be changed. I mean, it's one of those high risk, moderate reward. I wouldn't necessarily say high reward, especially the D6 shots. Yeah, it just doesn't get there at that price point. It's too high risk, and obviously, much I hate risk.
Sure.
So yeah. What about you?
No,
Love the
I mean,
model.
model is incredibly good. Like, my God, this is a gorgeous model. My issue with it is it's ultimately 150 points for 2 shots on Forest 2's neg 2, D3 plus 2. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather have 10 more Fusiliers.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, we've been playing this song for years and years and years of you're not interested in rolling 2 dice that are at best on 3s and 2s.
Yep.
Yeah, not at that price point. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
But that being said, like, it's cool. Like, it's a cool thing. I mean, the one excuse where I think you might see it is if people do use the battalion that's in here, because there's a unified battalion that includes one of these things.
Yeah, maybe Greywater Fastness. It's a little more interesting.
Because you get the triple all-out attack, so it can go into 3s and 2s while your Fusiliers are still getting 3s and 2s as well.
Right. Get Fusiliers up.
Or sorry, your 3s and 3s, sorry.
Yeah. Either it's get the buff pieces up and or get the Fusiliers up, but this should not be equivalent in point cost to Fusiliers.
No, I mean, you think like, well, but it's got the Rend 4 that helps you punch through, and it's like, I just talked about how these guys put out like 10 mortal wounds.
Right, with
10 to 20 mortal wounds. I'm punching through armor just fine.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, obviously you have to cast the spell, but that's why we've been emphasizing Hallowheart with Acolyte's Battalion.
Like,
obviously,
this is the build. This is the build. Like, I'm just convinced that the build we're gonna see is Hallowheart, Warforgers, behind Fusiliers, that just like go ham. So you just like auto cast your spell, put up the big bubble, put up the save bonus, have the 5-up ward in the middle of the thing, and just like all guns weapon free castle build. Move out your castle through the movement spell, right? Because the movement order is an AOE order, right? And you just like march your fortified position forward, march your castle forward, and just blasting. So anyways, I started blasting, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Steam Tank Commander, finally we've come to the true hero. Number 1. First, let's start here. GW, you're cowards. You're cowards. This should be a 1-up save.
Oh, goodness.
It just should. You cowards. This is better than a 3-up, but you're still cowards. Okay. So, Steam Tank Commander, 12 wounds, 2-up save, 8-inch move. Not random anymore. Now it just moves.
Yep.
You can give him the old more pressure. If you do so, you can either give power to the wheels, which you'll never do, or you can give power to the guns, which you will often do. Wherein if you add power to the guns, because the power to the wheels doesn't let you move farther. I mean, you can. I guess it does. You can run and shoot. So like that's cool. That is something.
Yeah.
But like whatever, it's fine. I'm using I'm using the guns. 270 points for this dude. He does do impact hit, mortal wounds, and stuff like that with his steel behemoth. But he's on a 2-up save, and the cannon, which normally only has 1 shot, now goes to 2 shots on 4s and 2s, and then 3d6 shots on 3s and 3s, no rend 1 damage, and then the long rifle and the handgun, which he gets both now. So that's cool. He gets both the long rifle and the repeater handgun, which is fun. Just some more shots on there. And he can issue the same command up to 2 times in the same phase. If it does so, each command must be received by a friendly steam tank. No command point is spent the second time it issues this command. The correct way to do it, this guy is actually the one who works super well with the +1 to hit and wound all out attack thing, because he can be the general, and then he can double issue to both himself and another steam tank, putting your steam gun and your repeater handgun on 2s and 2s.
And 2s, yeah, okay.
So you give both of them more. You give both of them more pressure. Go power to the guns, and now your 2 tanks are on 2s and 2s for all of their numbers.
Yeah,
which is
that's
cool.
Kind of interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that. I like
Fun,
that.
right?
Yeah.
So, because
Okay.
this guy actually can be the general and can himself double issue. So, neat.
Bad, yeah. 270 is pretty steep.
270 is pretty steep. 230 is pretty steep for the normal one. Once again, we're too expensive for a 12 wound model with no mortal wound protection whatsoever.
Yeah.
But you know, there's ways you can do that. You can get little mortal wound protection, I guess. I don't know. Like, if I ran this army, I'd probably have a Luminarch floating in the middle of my tanks just to give the old 6-up ward or something. I don't know. But it's fun. This thing's a lot of fun. I like this thing a lot. I do like that you have the option to go to the run and charge if you want to, or run and shoot if you need to. Like, that is a cool thing. Yeah. And, you know, 2-up save is a 2-up save. It's a really good save, right? So if they don't have a lot of mortal wounds, this guy's actually pretty hard to get rid of. So.
Yeah. Obviously, my main thought was a pinning piece, at least thinking about it competitively. Like, it still seems a little rich with the idea of slotting in 230 for a pinning piece. But yeah, with the I guess they're running. Is the run and charge just on? Oh, this unit can run and still. Okay, yeah. So the regular steam tank, you could still
Shoot
pop,
and or charge. And yes, they can both do that.
so you could pop +3 on your order. Potential. Well, maybe you're not going to be. Hopefully, you'll be in range of a hero. So now you're up to 11.
I mean, he's a hero. He gets orders.
Oh, I'm thinking of the regular one, just the cheaper version.
Oh, got it. Okay, sure.
Or the poor man's version. Yeah, just like more or less what I'm saying, right, is how high up in mobility can you get to then do the pin play with pause protection up on this with your 2-up ignoring rends.
Yep.
And there you go.
Yeah, and importantly, the Luminarch is the one carrying around Foss protection as well, right? So that's why I said, like, not only to give you the 6-up ward, but then, you know, you can give one of these guys like an ethereal 2-up with a 6-up ward. That actually makes him pretty survivable piece. Yeah, again, you got to build to it. You could have the Pontifex in there. You know, you could have other things messing around in the space. But yeah, it's cool. You could have a dumb Warforger running around in the middle, giving another +1 to save to all these idiots. So like, there's probably a decent version of heavy steam tanks, but I'm using the not good version. So there we go. Just like a lot of commanders and crazy things like that.
Sure.
But I think they're okay. It's still more of a meme, but they're not a bad piece. Like, the actual legitimate use for this thing is probably as a shoot forward pinning piece. Yes. Okay. Good God, we have so much more to go. All right, we're moving faster.
Yeah, sounds good, buddy.
It is so late, and yet we still are going. Oh my God, I just realized what time it was.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Here we go. Will to Corpse Hunters. These guys are really good, and you will often see them because they get a pregame move. That's it. And they can't be targeted, or they're not visible at all while they're in cover, or while it's more than 12 inches away from enemy units. So, and their battle line, one battle line for each steel helm. Great unit. Nice big unit of 11 dudes. You can move out there. They actually have some decent shooting attacks themselves, I would point out. But like, these guys are really good to screen. That's it. They're just a pregame move screen that can't be easily shot off. Because the problem with pregame move screens is when somebody just shoots them off.
Yeah.
And these guys can say no. Because if you can move them forward and put them onto cover, they can screen out the enemy and then not be shot at all.
Mm-hmm. Interesting unit. Yeah, I wonder if 140 is the right price. Maybe slightly high. It's a nice unit, though.
Yeah, I mean, the unit itself makes, what is it? 14 attacks on 4s and 4s, or no, sorry. 12 attacks on 4s and 4s, neg 1 damage, and 2 attacks on 3s and 3s, neg 2 d3 damage, because obviously the dogs don't have guns, and there's 4 dogs in the unit. So,
Well, it's two shots each on the crossbows.
Yeah, you got 6 normal guys.
Oh, I see.
You
I
got
see.
one warden
Oh, yeah,
who
yeah.
has
I got
the arbalest, and you've got
Doggos.
4 doggos. The dogs don't carry guns. Sadly, the technology in the Mortal Realms has not
Yeah,
advanced to the point where we're
missed,
giving dogs guns just yet.
missed opportunity. All right, we'll work
Yeah.
on that.
But I think these guys are good. Like they're good. I think you'll see them often in a lot of lists, especially castle lists, because it'll help you protect your castle. It's just more castle protection.
Right, right.
It gums up the enemy movement, stops them from taking stuff, like allows you to claim early points, yada 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 yada. Everything. Pre-game moves always have been good, always will be good. A pre-game move on a unit that's then invisible and can't be shot off, even better.
Right.
Haskell Hexbane. Skip. He's 180 for Hexbane's Hunters. Anybody want to defend these guys? Nope. Cool. Next. All right. Galen Van Denst and Doralia Van Denst. You now take them as the pair. They're 160. They do what they basically did before, with Doralia having that crossbow that just levels enemy wizards and demons, but you do have to take both of them. And at 160 points, I'm not sure they're making my castle build.
Sure. No. Yeah, yeah. But I do think they're in the range for fun play.
Sure.
Like, I
Oh,
can-
absolutely. I mean, she is a straight killer. Let's not mess around. Okay.
The fact that he's doubling damage now as well, and you know he can get up there and do some work against wizards and demons. Yeah. And
Yep. Okay. All right. So, good stuff. Oops. And then we're into the dwarves. Okay.
Oh.
So we'll give these the same amount of attention that GW did. Not much.
Sure.
So, the Warden King. 6 wounds on a 3-up save for 110 points. If he's picked to be your general, you can pick one enemy unit to bear a grudge against until the end of the battle if the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a melee weapon by a friendly Duradin unit that targets that enemy unit is a 6. The attack automatically wounds the target. That's a very potent ability. If you've played Night Haunt, this is a very powerful ability.
Mhm.
So that's cool. And then he pulls. He's got the pull dwarf units into combat with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking about that on the hammers. -2 rend 2 damage.
Mhm.
And grudge bearer there. Yeah, hitting on 3s and wing on 3s. So yeah, 2s get a bunch through. Only 1-inch reach those we'll get into with the hammers, but yeah, not bad.
Yeah, and he can pull the always strikes first trick if a hero gets near him, right? Or if he charges into a hero, he can pull the always strikes first trick and then pull his unit in with him. Like, I think this dude's got some play. I don't think the Warden King is bad by any stretch of the imagination. The grudge is a super strong rule, and like he can ASF people right into combat, which is cool.
Yeah, if you go back and people just add up the elements that are at least there, you can get some notable builds. With,
Yeah, even if it's just like a power pair. Like you've got your human force and then you want to have a dwarf power pair, like the Dwarven Ensemble. I think that's very doable.
yes.
I honestly think I think there's probably a very fun build where you've got like a human core and then like maybe a dwarf power pair and an elf power pair that are kind of built to specific purpose. And I think that's a really interesting sort of combined arms army like you like, Tyler, right?
Right.
And I really do think there is probably some play there. Cool.
That's the vibe that I was getting as well. Yeah.
Yep. The Rune Lord at 100 points. He still has his Rend spell. It's on an answer value of a 4. Blah, blah, blah. He picks a unit wholly within range. Visible chance until the start of your next hero phase. Improve the Rend characteristic of that unit's melee weapons by 1. Oh, Rune Lord. How you fallen. No more bonus to unbind. He just gets to do 1 spell. He's a basic priest, and now his Rend buff is only on melee weapons.
It's on a 4 with
And it's on a 4.
basically no way to buff it. Unless you're
Yep.
going high priest. Yeah.
Follow the line going down. The stonks on this guy.
Yeah,
So-
not great.
Okay. Longbeards, 10 for 130. 1 wound and a 4-up save. They have a little 4-up. You don't run away from them. If you give them their shields, they go to a 3-up save. And they But then they don't have the -2 rend. Their special thing is if you give them the big great axes, they can go to -2 rend.
Right. Yeah, not bad, but there's another war scroll we're going to quickly get into that is better than these guys.
Yep. They lost their grudging, their grumbling. Sorry, they can't grumble anymore, which was the only reason anybody ever took them to begin with. So next, Hammers, 10 for 150, which is a lot. But they do make 2 attacks on 3s, -2 rend, 2 damage. The start of the first battle round, before determining who has the first turn, you can pick one friendly Warden King on the battlefield. And if you do so, that Warden King has a ward of 4+ while it is within 3 inches of this unit. Quite an interesting turn. They don't bodyguard him, they just give him a ward. So, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yep. So,
That
that's fine. I mean, they hit really hard, but they do have a 1-inch reach. But they hit really hard.
Oh, wait, they're on 25s, aren't they?
They are on 25s, yeah.
That's good. Okay, so yeah, you could reinforce this and have a fair amount in. Yeah, it's not too bad. Maybe a little overcosted, but yeah, I could see some play with these guys as your power pair with a Warning King, hitting some of those synergistic buffs that you can get with the army.
Yeah, I mean, they give I think this is one of those potential, pull-in units. I think you're making a decision, which we'll talk about when we get to the next unit, because that'll really snap the picture in. But these guys hit like a truck. Okay? Let's take 20 of these dudes, right? They're all going to get to fight because they're on 25s. Yeah?
Yep.
Now, there is a thing missing here. Did you notice what's missing here with hammers? And it's a really big deal.
What's missing?
No champion. And no elite.
Oh, Lord, that's weird. Yeah, maybe the unit doesn't have a champion model. That's why they did that.
I mean, it most certainly does.
Okay, that's strange. Yeah, it's like they... now that you pointed out, this is a very weird war. Presumably standard and musician with the kit?
Yeah, it has everything in it, yeah. It has a command group.
Oh, strange. Okay.
So, yeah. At any rate, here we are.
Yeah.
So stay near the kings because he's the one issuing you orders, right? But yeah, you got 40 of these dudes. They're gonna hit on 30-ish attacks, wound on 22-ish attacks, rend 2, damage 2. It's a hell of a punch. It really is. Interesting unit on the counter charge as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So,
that's why I like the pile driver gauntlets, I think it was called.
Sure, so they can strike last, cause the strike last effect.
And it's just right. It's just from a risk standpoint. It just gives your opponent something. It asks a question of your opponent. It gives them pause. Right. It's like going against a tree lord. Am I going to risk getting hit by that tree lord and something else before I even get to hit it? Because of the 3-up. Yeah. It's one of those things that. Yeah. So I really like that.
The lack of command models, though. No, they don't have the +1 to charge like Longbeards and the Ironbreakers have. They don't have the bravery. They don't have the ability to issue orders themselves. That is a real bad limitation. If you've ever played in armies where you have things that don't have that ability, God, do you feel it now? Because it's so rare, but man, does it suck. So, yep. And then Iron Drakes are shooters. He's a shooter. Just not going to be taken as much anymore. Let's be fair with what's happened here. 10 for 161 battle line per Ironbreakers. They can still get their +1 to their tax characteristics if they didn't make a move or have been set up in the same turn. We fixed it, folks. There it is. Okay, we fixed it. No more bridging. Whatever. And so, yeah, I mean, now they just literally have to stand still if they want to blaze away. And, 15-inch range, 3s, -1/1. They can't get the rend buff anymore from the Rune Priest. Dead in the water.
Hilarious. They're 10 points more expensive than Fusiliers with all the nonsense that Fusiliers can do.
This is a comical comparison. Okay. Is this a joke? Are these guys a joke to you? They're so bad comparatively. It's just... Yeah, exactly. Haywo said Yetis, all Beast Riders. Yeah, exactly. Like, so he knows the pain of having non-elite models with no command unit. Like, yeah. No, oh yeah, that's right. Thank you. I also forgot they can't get the Grumble anymore because like it was the whole pack. It
Oh,
was
sure.
30 of these
Yeah.
guys getting bridged with the +1 to rend, with the reroll ones to wound from the Grumble. Yeah, it's just like all that crap, and it's all gone. All of those buffs are gone. Yeah, exactly. Firm handshakes all around. Now they'll never be taken again. Great work. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say this, Tyler. You ready?
Yeah.
They're trash.
Yeah, this is an example of the pattern that gets a lot of people frustrated and gets me frustrated at times about the studio's design choices, right? It's like, okay, so yeah, this was like a problem at one point in the past, so we're going to kill
Like,
it.
sort of.
Now,
Sort of.
right? Like, yeah, there were worse things, but and now we're going to potentially create a new problem that repeats the pattern, the mistake that we've repeated multiple times before. And now they're called Fusiliers. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm whinging about
These guys are trash. Easy enough. Like, it's fine. They're super trash. And I don't disagree with Devin. He said I don't even know if I'd take him at 100 points. And I think I probably agree with that. I'm not even sure they're a 100-point unit. Honestly. Maybe. Iron Breakers, though. This is a bit of a bright spot. The dwarves, like I said, I think hammers are interesting. I think the Warden King's interesting. And I think Iron Breakers are interesting. I think the rest of the stuff can go take a long walk off a short pier because it's all garbage.
I rose.
Rune Lord, Longbeards, and Iron Drakes can all take a hike. Okay. Iron Breakers. 1 wound, 3-up save. They make 2 attacks on 3s and 4s, no rend 1 damage. And they do get the little Hornblower for the +1 to run and charge, which is cool. And they get their little bomb thing. Okay, that's fine. But importantly, if this unit is picked for the Form Shield Wall order, it has a ward of 4 up until the end of the phase instead of a 5 up. Okay. Okay. So this is the question. Are you trying to just like pin a unit completely into place? In which case you know, the Warden King can bring these guys in. They can fight. They're not going to really do any damage, right? But like he can also pull them out of their strike last, right? Because he can make them just immediately fight. And not that they do any damage, but like they can activate, which is cool. It's still some damage, right? And then they just sit there and pin. And they're 3 up, 4 up. Like crazy good.
Yeah.
And then these guys could also have the prayer and be neg 1 to be wounded, and you know, so that's really cool.
Me a little bit of Phoenix Guards. I mean, they don't hit as well as Phoenix Guard, but
No,
yeah.
they don't have the rend, yeah.
pretty good durability. Yeah, I really
Yeah,
like
I
these
mean,
guys.
3 up, 4 up is like a really good profile. Okay. Like all out defense on top, or the neg 1 to wound prayer, or blah 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 blah. Right? That's
I
strong.
don't think they're going to be in the stereotypical castle build that we're going to see, because that's just going to lean into humans, right? Warforgers are not giving them the safe stacking. They're giving that to humans. So that's why you're going to have steel helms as your outer walls. But still, yeah, I think in a mixed force, they have play. And again,
I don't know. I honestly think you could see like the Warden King in a pack of 10 of these guys is only 240. Okay.
Yeah.
They are also on 25 mil bases.
Oh yeah.
So like, so you can single file line them out.
Oh
Right.
yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a good point. Yeah, good point.
With like the Warden King basically on the edge or behind or something like that, right? He can reach over the top either way, it doesn't really matter. And like having them as the front door of your castle
Yeah.
is actually like an interesting play. Having them as a potential countercharger to just pin a unit in place is an interesting play. Like there is play here. So this is kind of the power pair I was thinking about. All right.
Ruth of Oath and Steel on a 3-up. You can make them -1 to wounds, helping with their durability even more.
Mhm.
Or yeah, even Rune of Wrath and Ruin, or with part of the counter charging trick. Yeah, I really like the Warden King power prayer that you're talking about. Yeah, I was thinking about it as potentially part of that castle. I just thought maybe the steel helms would still win out, but it's a fair point. And I'm guessing steel helms are 32s. They're not 25s.
I think they're actually 28. I think so. I don't know. I need to look. I will. I have not assembled those models yet. They're sitting on the floor behind me. There's something else took priority, Tyler, over the city stuff.
Sure.
Okay. But yeah, they're good. Like, these guys are good. I think you'll see them in some armies, which is cool. I'm glad the dwarves didn't get completely relegated to, like, the sidelines. I think there is play within the dwarf section of the book.
100%.
Cogsmith.
Hard pass.
Pass.
I don't think there's anything of note to say about this guy.
Cool. Gyrocopters and gyro bombers. Like, I liked these guys before. I still like them now. I still think they're fun. If you can take them in a unit now. They can be 8. They're too expensive. Let me just state that they're too expensive where they are. They need to come down at 4 wounds and 5 wounds. Conceptually, I like their little ability to like run over the top and mortal wound people, but they lost their good steam gun that was just like make a ton of shots against a big unit. Now it's just 2d6 shots. Like on this new frame, 80 and 240 is a joke. 120 is a joke. That's the bottom line. And by the way, the gyrocopters also lost 4 inches of move. They used to be 16.
Oh wow. Yeah.
So like. Yeah. If you move these guys down to where they should be, like there's a world where this is a compelling unit that can just like float around and be interesting, screwing around with objectives and stuff. If they were like 60 points apiece or 50 points apiece, which is what they should be for a 4-wound model that basically does nothing.
Little hero assassin.
Yeah, just like little shooters that float around. I always had gyrocopters under the old points at like 70 with their old abilities in my Tempest Eye army, and they always did well. Like they were almost always MVP for interesting things. But again, that was at like 16-inch move and when they had their good steam gun. So it's a bit of a cost there. But I like the fly over top of people and mortal wound them. So
could help with battle tactics, run and destroy, intimidating babies, multiple models add up to. But yeah, I agree. Just a little expensive, but good frame.
They are a good little frame. They are a little expensive. If they came down to 60, I think you'd see 1 or 2 of them in a lot of lists for, again, force around and destroy and things like that. Yeah, which would be fair. I just think they're like slightly too high.
Yeah.
So it's cool. The bomber, it's just too much for it. You get 1 extra wound and the ability to do more mortal wounds. You want the little skirmishy harrowing unit. You're not taking the bomber. All right, so let's get into the elves. The sorceress on Black Dragon. 14 wounds and a 5-up save. It's got the noxious breath and stuff. And so it makes a bunch of attacks. It doesn't do mortal wounds. It's fine. Whatever. Why would their noxious breath do mortal wounds? It's just a black dragon. It's fine. Unit can issue the same command up to 2 times in the same phase. If it does so, each command must be received by a friendly Darkling Coven's unit. No command point is spent the second time this unit it does this, which is cool. And then they have, excuse me, I'm so sorry. They have Bladestorm, which favors killing low save units. So it's bad. She's bad.
Yes. Agreed. Moving on.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she's bad. She's been bad forever. She's still bad. Why are we still doing this? Why can't we get a decent caster on a dragon? It's the most amazing concept. Like, cool wizard lady. It's like Frazetta art or Brahm art, right? Like, wizard lady, elf wizard lady in a bikini riding a dragon. And it sucks every time it comes out. I do not understand why we can't get this right. It's so shocking. All right, next. Regular sorceress. Hey, she does have boots. Why did I just flip forward and look? Duh. But I assume there's an anklet hidden under there. And she still can do her stab people to get +2 to cast, which is super cool. She can get the anklet for +6 inches to do the shard thing. She's 100 points, so she's good. It's that easy. It's that easy.
Yep. Been good for a long time. Still good.
Yep. Like, anything that can get +2 to cast at the cost of 1 model, right? And then, have the +6 inch cast. Put a thing on a unit we'll talk about here in a little while that makes suddenly them treat all enemies as save nothing. Sure.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, give it 6-inch extra range for 15-inch range. Yeah,
Yep.
not bad.
Pretty good. Blackguard, 1 wound, 4 up save, 10 for 140. Their battle line if you have a Darkling Covenant's General. 2 attacks each, 3/3s, neg 1/1. This unit has a 4 up ward while it's within 3 inches of any friendly sorceress units, which is wild. In addition, friendly sorceress units have a ward of 4 up while they're within 3 inches of any units with this ability. Sorcerer designer's note: this does not include sorcerers on Black Dragon's units. Just in case you thought it might accidentally be playable, continue to jettison that thought from your mind. No, only the good one is good and the bad one is bad. They forget about it.
Amazing.
So funny. These guys are reasonable targets, by the way, for the spell, for the Tenebrous Blades at 2 attacks each with a range of 2 inches. Like, the fact that they're 4 up when they're around her is pretty decent, right? They can get in there, they can chop some stuff up, and then they don't die very easily on the punchback. So,
Bad.
yeah, pretty good. I like Blackguard. I like the obvious power pair is obvious and not bad. Again, yeah. So like I think this is another interesting one that you can include in there because again, it's not too expensive. Like I would probably build this as a 380 point power pair with 20 Blackguard and her, right? Mm-hmm. And just like they're there to be off in a different place, away from my human bubble that I'm trying to build, and they can operate like they're relatively tough because of the fact that they're running around with their own 4 up ward, right? Yeah. And benefiting from whatever city I happen to be in. She can still get the Hallow Heart bonus and so on and so forth, and then be casting like a mad fool to nail that spell automatically. And they just work around on a different side and like go in and chop somebody the heck off of an objective, right?
Yeah, totally. I was giving the Phoenix Guard shout out a while back. These guys are the new Phoenix Guard.
100%. I mean, they were always meant to be evil Phoenix Guard. Now, finally, they've ascended to their true role. We jettisoned Phoenix Guard from the book and made Blackguard Phoenix Guard. So we know where all the Phoenix Guard went. They went out there, spray painted the armor black, and they're like, all right, let's go, boys. Let's do this. Witness to destiny no more. Okay. Bleak Swords, the cheapest way if you want to get at the chop something in half at, because it's 10 for 100 built-in battle line. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack with their sword is 6, it scores 2 hits. You make a wound and save roll for each, so they can spit out a lot of attacks if you're just trying to get the most bargain basement chops into people with no save, like with the Tenebrous Blades. This is a pretty decent way to go about it, but ultimately I don't like these guys. I would just take the Blackguard.
Yeah. Maybe a unit of 10 just to get killed, get stabbed for the blood sacrifice.
Sure. If you want to have like 10 of these idiots following her around to just be like sacrifices, sure. Yeah. Executioners, they're still what they are. They're neg 1 ren, damage 2. And if they roll that, unmodified hit roll of 6, they do 2 mortal wounds and the attack sequence ends. 10 for 170, they're overcosted.
Yeah, that seems too high. I mean, yeah, that's good explosion potential with lots of 6s, but they're not on a great survivable frame. 1 wound, 4 up save, 10 wounds.
Way too fragile for that points cost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Dark Shards. No.
Yeah, they got kicked in the nether there. Yeah. Pretty rough.
Dread Spears, I guess another bargain basement way to get a bunch of things if you want, or a cheap thing to follow around for the sacrifice. Pass. Dreadlord on Black Dragon. We did talk earlier about a couple of actual interesting ways that you can play with this guy. I think this dude can have some okay play. My problem is he's still 14 wounds on a 4 up save. But he's okay.
Rolls, +1 damage, +1 rends.
Yeah, he's got his breath, and yeah, he can reroll Order Serpentis units.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, again, as we talked about earlier, there is some interesting play with him with some of the items. Like if you're a Dark Elf fan, you'll take this guy, and you can probably, if you pick your battles very carefully, he can have some use. But he has 280 points, which is like 60 points too many for what this guy's doing. He should be like 220. For for his like stack of weapons that he has, Mr. Rend 1 over here, no way. Yeah, Deadlord on Bad Dragon is not wrong. Like, if he was 220, 210, okay.
Yeah, maybe the Unparalleled Duelist command trait.
Exactly. Yeah, that kind of stuff. War Hydra. Okay. So he has his little fiery breath. It makes attacks. It makes a lot of them. More models in the thing, more he gets up to a max of 10. And at the end of the combat phase, he heals up to 5 wounds for 180 points. And he's a little monster.
4s and 3s, -1, 3 damage to... probably a little high, but the 5 wounds heal is interesting.
Pass. Hard pass. So hard pass on this guy. Well, you'll see why in a minute. There is no world where you take this guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, we're still garbage. He just is. Pass. Drake Spawn Chariots, 90 points or 270. Makes a lot of shooting attacks and does stuff.
Yeah, I didn't like this one as much as the Scourge Runners.
Agreed. The Scourge Runners are where I'm at. I'm living that Scourge Runner lifestyle. What's that?
X1 Knights are pretty good.
Yeah, they're fine. They have the built-in +1 to run and charge, which I like. They have the 3-up save base, which I like. They are 140 points. They do go battle line if you have an Order Serpentis General, which is fun. And like, so I guess that means this guy. So, oof.
These guys 40 points cheaper. The wound profile is 1 tick worse, but the mounts are a little bit better. Yeah, maybe these guys are an argument. Like 140 feels right for these guys. Maybe
yeah, I think this is like a points cost I'm decently comfortable with. Yeah, like these guys are okay. Make a lot of attacks on 3s and 4s with Rend 1 or on the charge. Rend 2 damage 2. It's not bad.
Also, yeah, 1 less attack on the
Sure.
on the. Just thinking about that point value we discussed is
Versus comparing them to the Cavaliers. I mean, I like the fact that their mounts are so much deadlier. Like, you can't undercount that. Their mounts are a lot better, and the built-in all the time +1 to run and charge I really like. So I don't think they're bad, not at all.
Definitely see them getting some real play. Yeah, and particularly in Elf list.
Yeah, if people were wanting to run Elf lists and you take these Drake Spawn Knights, I think that's fine. I think that's like they're gonna do okay. And at 5 for 140 feels much better to me than 5 for 180 on your downside cost, right? It's a question of risk, right? And so that's where that is.
That's my line. Still,
sure.
That's it.
Dark Riders.
Okay. These guys have usually sucked.
Okay, so let's talk about why I don't like these guys. But let me talk about what Dark Riders can do. They're very fast with a move of 14 inches. They have an okay shooting attack. It's just like a lot of dice with no rend. The Sow Terror and Confusion is their power ability. This is the new thing, right? So this is roll a dice each time an enemy unit issues a command within 12 inches of any friendly units with this ability. On a 5-up, that command is not received. It still counts as having been used, and the command point to issue it was lost. It's a pretty decent range out of them for that. And they're pretty easy to get in position for that, right? Because they're so fast, right? And they can, like, retreat and still shoot or charge. So if somebody catches them and doesn't kill them, they can get away and keep harrying with this ability constantly.
Yeah, and then there was, what was that, an order? They can retreat from combat at the end of the combat phase with an order, elf order?
Yeah, correct.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's correct. It's only issuing it turns off. It doesn't stop receiving. They have to be near the issuing thing, right? So it is possible to jump around that, which is the downside to the Sow Terror and Confusion. Like if they've got they're within 12 inches and they don't want to risk it, but if they got a hero behind it, they could just
sure. Right. Yeah.
They could just issue from the hero. And so ultimately it's like, right? It's like, it's fine.
So with the Swift Disengage order, you have to have a hero in combat as well. Next, so I don't know if that's going to exactly work out. Like a mobile like this, right? Are you going to actually have an elf hero up there, aka a dragon or something? Probably not. So
yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So then the assassin, who doesn't hide in units anymore, he hides near units. Like, he has super lookout, so he's invisible when he's near elves. Okay. And if he charges, he gets to strike first, and he does D3 mortal wounds when he gets a hit roll of 6 with his weapon. He makes 6 attacks. He's okay. He, like, bunch of D3 mortals. I've had good luck with a similar unit in Skaven, but he doesn't quite have that amount of play because he doesn't have the ambush and stuff like that, which is what makes that unit powerful. So he's probably just bad, like, because you can't really get him into position. Black Arc Fleet Master and the Corsairs. The Fleet Master is 90 points. And he also, when he issues all-out attack, he gives the Black Arc Corsairs +1 attack.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay. So the important part here is if they have the paired Vicious Blades, this is your absolute optimal unit for this, for the slap chop of the Tenebrous Blades, right?
100%. Yep. Like 30 of these guys on 25 mils, man. That's gonna get scary.
Yep. Because these guys come in with 4 attacks each on 4s and 4s, right? Yeah.
I could absolutely.
And they do a little bit of mortal wounds back as well. And they go battle line if you have a Scourge Privateer in general, namely the guy directly above them, obviously.
Yeah, I could definitely see like a Darkling Coven's list, 30 Corsairs, 30 Blackguard, maybe 2x30, just leaning into the good stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's the good stuff. Like, maybe you got some knights. They're also a good person to catch Tenebrous Blades, but they don't necessarily need it. That's the advantage. Like, if they can get in there and hit the right unit with -2 rend, they don't need it. So you can save the Corsairs for these guys, right? So, or whatever. Like, you could have Hoarfrost on one. You could have the no save on another one. Depends what you're fighting. Like, you got a lot of play. You've got the Sorceresses. You can still be in Hallowheart, right? So you can start, your Sorceresses can all be casting like 3d6 + 2. Like, it can do a lot of work. I think this is the section of the Dark Elves that I think have play. The Sorceress, the Blackguard, the Fleet Master, the Corsairs, and a thing we haven't talked about yet.
And the Knights. Yeah,
and the Knights. Sorry, yes, and the Drakespawn Knights. I think that's all got play. So, like, hope is not all lost. If you're wanting to play Dwarves or Dark Elves, I do think there is play in both of those forces. If you want to make that like, no, you're like, no, that's my primary force. I don't really want much of the humans. I think there's absolutely play. You don't have as much of the crazy tricks, but you still have some. Like, the countercharge isn't any city's list. The move bonus isn't any city's bonus, right? So, like, you're getting these dudes moving around at 9 inches. That's not nothing, right? And so, like, yeah, it's good. Like, I think there is still absolutely viable armies in the Dark Elf and Dwarf sections. I just think there's, like, some real trap units in these sections. And that's the problem. Like the Assassin and the Dread Spears and crap like that. That's just, like, unless you're just taking Dread Spears to get executed, right? There's just no point.
Shards probably not really getting there.
Yeah, Dark Shards. Yeah, exactly. All right, Scourge Runner Chariots, 1 or 3, 80 or 240. I like these guys a lot. Their Ravager Harpoons are 2 attacks, 3s, -2 D3, goes to straight 3 damage against monsters. They move 12 inches. I like these dudes. I like these guys a lot.
Yeah, man. These have seen play over the years. There's a period when the Cities of Sigmar book came out. They saw a fair amount of play, like 6 of them plus on a table. Big fan. Yeah, I really like these guys for the battle tactic. Taking 3, charge 3 with
yeah. Like, if you were interested in having an 80-point unit for Surround and Destroy, I would take Scourge Runner Chariots over Gyro Bombers every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, I think these will definitely see some play in multiple lists.
Yep.
Solid. Charybdis.
And the Charybdis, 12 wounds, 4 up save. If you're going to take a monster, this is the one you're going to take. And you're going to take it because of Abyssal Howl. Enemy units cannot receive the rally and inspiring presence commands while they're within 12 inches of this unit.
Okay.
160
Yeah,
points.
yeah. All right. Charybdis is finally interesting. Yeah, I don't.
His damage is mostly crap. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like
Get
5
a-
attacks on 4s, 3s, -1, 3 damage. Get out of here with this. You're taking him as a 160 point monster to float up in there and shut off inspiring presence and rally.
I don't.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Particularly in a Dark Elf list, in a Dark Covenants list. Yeah, that's
Sure.
kind of leaning into all this stuff, right? I could definitely see that taking a get your monster in there, skip the Dreadlord, really skip the Black Dragons, go this for your monster. 8 inch, you could auto run it, 8, 14, 26 allocation on the turning off rallying inspiring. Pretty cool.
Yep.
12 warp save, but yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, this thing just runs around and shuts off those 2 commands. That's what it's for. That's its job. Somebody shoots it down. Who gives a hot crap? Like,
Right.
go nuts.
Yep.
Right? Like, yes, he can receive Tenebral Blades, but I would never put it on him. Like, that is a waste. There's better units. What am I doing with that? No, this guy's fine. Like, it's if they waste their shooting power on killing this thing, I couldn't care less. Knock yourself out, man. Go for it. Like, what a wonderful thing for you to shoot at. Thank you. Thank you for shooting at this dumb thing. I'm perfectly happy for you to shoot at this stupid guy. Like, if you feel that's the threat, go for it. Because I got a lot of other crap back here that disagrees.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, great. Let him shoot at this thing. Yeah, I mean, like, Charybdis is good. He's got play at 160. I think he'd really have play, by the by, at like 150, 140. He's still a little bit expensive for what he actually is going to do on the field, but it's not bad. It's not bad. He's like maybe just a teensy-weensy bit too high. I think he should go to 150. Sample list. Here's your little pack. Wait, we do need to make a change here because you had this wrong. He can't have this. Lord of the Collegian Arcane. He has transmutation of lead because that's what he has to have. There you go. Okay, we'll fix your list. There you go, Tyler. Talk about your list.
Yes, I don't have the. Let me pull up the version that I sent to you. Okay, go this real quick. I did choose your own adventure. I mean, as we talked about, maybe it's just Hello Heart. Maybe it's the Hammerhall Aksha for the issuing twice with the orders with the unit. Choose your own adventure. Banners held high. I really love that grand strategy. Right up your alley with totems and banners. They must have stolen that from you and your love.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, as I said with this list, I was just trying to write a list that I thought would be reflective of what somebody new to Cities of Sigmar might like to do. Like, okay, I love these new models. I want to have a mix of them, but I want to have a competitive list. I don't want to put 90 Fusiliers on the table. I want to have something that's pretty good, right? This was an attempt at that. So Zenestra, Bolt, clear. Cavalier Marshal. There's an argument to just go the foot guy, the foot marshal, but because we discussed during the show, right? You have to think about Lookout Sir differently in my mind. So he's not going to benefit from Lookout Sir, but he has like a super Lookout Sir because he's going to be standing early on, probably by the Fusiliers. So you're not going to be shooting at this guy. Free Guild Cavalier Marshal.
Sure.
So he'll probably be safe. He's got
sure. Who would risk it?
So yeah, 7 wounds, 3 up save, so he's going to be able to soak up some AoE pretty well, even though he's not getting a bodyguard like the little. I don't think he gets the bodyguard from the Free Guild Command Corps. That's just on the Marshal,
It's
right?
on the Marshal with Envoy, yeah, the guy on foot.
Okay. Yeah, but you're probably fine because of all of that. I didn't worry about drops with this list. I don't think. I mean, yeah, if you wanted to, you could lean into very low drops. You probably don't care about who goes first. You would love to go first often to get your buffs up. I guess you could go. It would be a very different list if you're wanting to really care, right, about going like a 1-drop. Obviously, I love Acolytes Battalion, getting the extra cast, potentially extra unbinds, leaning into synergy with Hollow Heart, really making sure you're going to get your spells off. Merciless Blizzard is one of the Warforgers. It's a powerful counterattack spell. You know, people come.
Yeah, people get near you. They try to break your castle. You throw 46 mortal wounds in their face. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that use with Merciless Blizzard right now as a counterpiece. And then the Cavalier Marshal turns on the very synergies with these Regal Cavaliers, both on the charge and then, or just charge in general, but counter charge or either going out and getting into something. Uh, Amazing, because they're going to be on strike first with
Yep.
at least the Cavalier Marshal and one of them. You've got some mobile pieces here to help you as the game goes on. So yeah, it's like, to me, man, this was like my attempt, as I said, at trying to create like a more fair, enjoyable version of the competitive castle build that I think we might see
Sure.
with some mobile pieces. You've got your mobile hammer and the Freeguild Marshal on Griffin with the Sigmarite Warhammer. You've got your 2 Warforgers. I think that's going to be very common in Acolytes.
Yep. At 90 points is going to be every list.
Yeah. Uh, You've got 139 wounds in this list, which is going to be often on a 5-up ward with most of it. So that a lot of wounds, that might be an indication that we're off with some of these point values. 20 free guild steel helms. You've got really good buffing right there on that outer layer. Another tenor to float elsewhere on a different objective, screening in the back, or whatever it needs to do. I don't know. What do you think about this?
I mean, it seems like a nice all comers standard, variety pack list that has real play. I mean, obviously you got 3 pretty significantly undercosted units in here. So that's fine. So you're right. You're probably getting a little more, but yeah, I mean, it's got all the toys you want. It's going to play well into the things. Like, there's still more super wombo combo stuff you could put in. You could skew harder. We could skew harder. We could wombo combo harder. But no, I think it's a good swing, and I think it's pretty indicative of the kind of thing you're going to see as just like a baseline. Yes, right. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's I thought it might be helpful to try to have a baseline. Yeah, I feel like some of these review shows, it would be useful if we did a little bit more. Like in terms of how we're thinking about.
Kind of how you think about it. Yeah.
Because you have to see the big picture and how all this adds up. This, as you said, this is not the full tilt version, whatever that might look like, but I do feel like something like this could go 5-0. Like, would be my assessment. This has tremendous play, I think.
I agree.
Tremendous. Yeah. And it's probably a little overtuned in terms of what you're getting in 2K right now.
Sure.
I don't know. How overtuned do you think this is? Like, how much?
Like a unit overtuned, which is about the cost this thing should go up. Like, you should be down another steel helm unit, or like 10 steel helms, or a cavalier unit or something like that. I mean, you're kind of paid off, because I think cavaliers are slightly too expensive, so it's somewhere in that range. Okay. Cool. Good. Well, we did it. It was a very long show, but we did it. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for watching. We finally did the Cities review. Thank you so much for sticking it with us. If you did the whole time, you're amazing. We love you. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, do all those things that make all those dings. But we really appreciate it. Share it. That's a great thing to do. If you want to support the show, there's lots of ways you can do so. You can buy a game. So, for example, Majestic 13 or Space Station Zero or Reign in Hell. Those are all linked down below. Those are the games I make with Uncle Adam. You can visit our merch store. That's linked down there. All those kinds of things. But as always, hey, you watched, and I am deeply appreciative of it. Thank you, Tyler, for going through this. Thanks for making the list. Thank you all out there. Lots of great chat and conversation in this one. And really appreciate it. As always, we'll see you next Wednesday.